Hey guys, it's Jack here from 13th Squadron. In this video, I'm going to show you how to build the all-new 13th Squadron Hurricane at a 48-inch wingspan. Now, this plane is honestly one of my favorites to fly. It's just so docile and just is very predictable and smooth in the air. So now that comes with a lot of new features, which are going to have a very new spar design, which I have, which is going to go great for designing very specific airfoil shapes that I want to include in the future, along with a new fold-over wing technique where the leading edge is cut open, simply because of the way the kit has to work. But we're going to use a piece of tape to fold it over and act as if it was all one piece. So we're going to get to that in this build. It'll be a very cool new feature. Along with some parts in the tail section with the empennage where we have fake looking stringers, stuff like that, just the cool stuff. Along with my favorite feature is going to be the hatch. It's a new style that I have, which is going to work best for inline engines rather than like a radial where it's got a lot of space up front. Now, we can use this by squeezing together and then pulling off our hatch. So it's a really nice design I've designed, which is going to help a lot with inline engine planes in the future. So now, one thing to note with this plane is if you don't have the snap motor mount, you're going to need to pick that up. Now, assuming that you've already built the BF-109, you should have one, and you can put that right in this airframe and have no problems. So just be careful with your purchase of what you need to finish this airframe. So along with that, we have some 3D printed parts, which is going to be included or not included in the kit, but it's going to be a separate downloadable file I'll have on Thingiverse, which is going to be the spinner along with the bottom radiator intake. And now these are totally optional, but they just make the build look so much better. And near the end of this video, I'm going to show you how to put this on your airframe. So along with that, we just have some little features like the little wooden pieces, which just add that much little detail and just makes it look so cool. But besides that, you can head over to 13thsquadron.com where you can pick up your kit and also your snap motor mount if you need it, so that way we can get started in this build. Okay, so minus the foam board that comes in our kit, this is going to be everything we need here to complete our actual kit and make it into an airframe. So what that's going to include is everything from here over is going to be stuff included in the kit. Everything from here over is going to be stuff that you need to provide yourself and some of the electronics that you need to get to make this plane fly. So what we start off with our kit is going to be all of our wood pieces, our push rods, a barbecue skewer, and 6 coffee stirrers. And with our wood pieces, we're going to have the spar, the side guides that are included in the build, the control horns, and then these little tiny hatch pieces that I've added, which are a new feature on this plane, which we're going to get into later in the build. And then also our antennas and mirror pieces just for scale details that are totally optional, but it just adds that little scale detail to the airframe that makes it look so good. Now you may notice that with the wooden pieces, I did not include the snap motor mount, which is not included in this kit. It can be if you purchase it on the side, but just know that with this plane, it's not going to come included because the idea is you either might have it from the BF-109 before or any previous kit, whether you're watching this in the future or not. Now, because of that, I'm going to have a video linked here to show you how to build it and also all the features of it and what you should know in case you don't use the recommended motor. So head over there and pick up your snap motor mount if you haven't already. When it comes to the electronics for this airframe, we're going to need a 2218 1180 kV brushless motor that can swing a 10 by 4.5 inch pitch prop, along with a 35 amp ESC and a 4-channel receiver or higher, and along with 4 9-gram servos to make this airframe fly. Now, you can use up to 6 servos if you want to install flaps, but for this build I'm going to show you how to do it with just the 4 servos and all that you need to make the ailerons, elevator, rudder fly, or work in this case. So you're also going to need a 12-inch Y harness, and then for the battery I'm going to recommend a 3S to 4-cell 2200. That's going to be the right range to make this plane balance properly and make this plane fly well. Some of the other things you're going to need is going to be your tapes, which is going to be a 1-inch blue tape, which you're going to use all over this plane in many different ways, or 2-inch thick blue tape, or just thicker blue tape if you have it. The thicker in this case would be better. That's going to be used for folding over our leading edge, which if you notice on the plane, the leading edge is not connected from paper to paper. It's an open cut seam, so we have to make a seam or make a hinge line with the tape and then fold it back onto itself as if that paper were connected. So that's a new technique that we're going to include in this plane. We're also going to need some packaging tape, which we use for our coffee stirrers. And then you're going to need some epoxy. In this case, 5 minutes will be just fine, and that's going to be for installing our side guides into the airframe, along with some sandpaper and some super glue. So when it comes to utensils, I like to always have on hand, of course, an X-Acto blade, along with some pliers to be bending some push rods for our control horns and everything with our servos, along with a mechanical pencil or just any type of pencil for reference marks. And then you don't need this, but I'm going to recommend some like needle nose pliers, which will just make it a lot easier. And it almost acts as a hardened barbecue skewer for some stuff that we'll do. That's the best way I can describe it there. So, also one thing I've noticed here in the center we haven't got to yet is going to be 3D printed parts. These are all optional, but they just make the plane look so much better, and I'm going to highly recommend them just because they look better, and they look better, make the airframe look a lot better in the end. So that's going to include our spinner, which is our spinner base, and our spinner shell, and then our radiator intake pieces with the front and back. And these pieces we're going to get to at the end of the build, and they will be optional. You don't need these, but I just figured I'd reference them here. Now if you want to make the spinner work, I like to use the extra M2 by 6mm screws to screw on the spinner, and that is everything you're going to need to make this plane fly. So with that, don't forget your hot glue gun, make sure it's turned on. Let's get started with this build. Okay, the first thing we're going to do in this build is going to be attach our side guides to our fuselage box. This is probably the most important step of the build because we're not going to use hot glue for it. We're going to use epoxy. That's the only glue I'm going to recommend for this step. Now, you actually don't need this much. This is honestly more just for show. You really just need like a couple of drops to be able to fill putting these pieces onto this space right here. So, now the reason why this step is most important is because this is going to determine how your motor is going to sit in the airframe. You want to make sure that this is all straight and aligned to make sure that your snap motor mount is going to snap into place properly and not be angled or messed up in a weird way. So, now one thing I will say before we start is I explain this in the snap motor mount build video, which I once again will have linked here just for reference. Make sure you watch that first. It'll take you through all the steps of how to design or how to use the snap motor mount and how to go about putting these side guides on. But just so you know here, if you see on this piece, you'll notice that there's a 70mm and a line right above it. What that means is that 70mm from this line towards my hand here is where the propeller base should sit. Now what that means, if I bring over the finished Hurricane, and if I take the spinner, you'll notice that, of course, the start of the plane starts at the start of this opening here. And this is where your propeller, of course, is going to go, which is where the propeller is on the Hurricane. Now this is the spinner, of course, spinner base, spinner and spinner base. Now if you attach this improperly, what you're going to see is this spinner is either going to be too far out forward, or it's going to be inside the plane about here. 70mm is this about location. So that's where you want this propeller to sit. So now every motor is different, but if you use the recommended 22 by 18 1180 kV brushless motor, you should have no issues and should be able to install it completely. Now if you aren't using the motor, it is imperative that you know this step. So just be aware that the 70mm is how you should account for the difference. Now the way that you know if it's going to sit in the right spot or not is explained in the other video, but I will just say it here as well. I explain more in detail in the other video, but to put it simply here, I'm going to take my snap motor mount, one of the side guides, I'm going to simply rest it on the spot where it should align. Then I'm going to take a ruler and go to 70mm. I'm going to see that it's roughly, start right there. So I see that the 70mm is this far out. Put this here. Now in this case this will line up because this is the recommended motor. If I put it in the gap, I'll bring this closer here for you. You'll notice that, well, sorry with this one hand here, but where the propeller will sit, the back of the start of this motor here, right where my finger's at, is 70mm. So now if your motor was taller, it might be like this, You might have to install your side guides back a little bit, or if your motor is a little longer, you might have to install it a little bit further back. It just depends on your motor. But it's just imperative that you know this going forward if you're not using the recommended motor. So, even if you're off by like a millimeter or two, that's fine. I designed for that. But just be aware that this is something you have to know before going forward with the snap motor mount and side guides. So now that I know that my motor is going to be aligned with this side guide reference mark here with the 70 millimeters, we can go ahead and take our side guides and snap them out. And then I realized I lied a little bit. We're also going to need a toothpick, but I'm assuming everyone should have one, and just something to stir it on, or some surface that's not our cutting board, because we would hate to do that to the cutting board. Now, from there, we're going to set this stuff aside, and we're going to prepare this piece so that way we don't have to worry about it later. Now, all we're going to do is we're going to take our knife, and we're going to go ahead and open up all these cavities, just so it's easier to pop this out. Just showing you one side as an example here. You can see that this is one of those cases where the tweezers will help, but I'm going to show you how to do it with a barbecue skewer. You just go along each side. Rather than crushing the outside paper, like this where this barbecue skewer is touching, you're going to favor crushing the cross that we're going to ultimately take out. So, as you can see, I went ahead and notched out all the foam and took it out. It's just going to take a little bit longer if you're using a barbecue skewer rather than tweezers. But you don't have to get every single part out. Just focus on this main center section of the cross. That's really going to be where you're going to want to try and get all the paper out to make space for your snap motor mount. But besides that, this is perfect. Make yours look the same way and you should have no problems. And we're going to go ahead and do the same thing to the other side. Once we have both cross sections notched out, I'm going to go ahead and just prepare this piece for when we go ahead and ultimately glue it later down the road. But I'm just going to go ahead and take out all these little extra pieces. And from there I'm also going to open up all the 50% score cuts to make this into a box. We'll go ahead and take all these off. Recommend using a table edge, it'll make it all clean. Whereas with these longer ones, once that's done, we're not going to go ahead and hot glue it. We're going to epoxy the side guides on. Now these will go just rested on here. What I like to do is take a piece of tape and just have it ready, because what we're going to do is we want to actually be able to kind of, when we put the epoxy down, move this around and make sure it gets all the areas, but not too much to where it gets in the center cross section. We're really going to make sure this stays all nice and clear, because if you ultimately get some epoxy in there, depending on how bad it is, you might need to go and remove it. So we're going to want to try to prevent that as much as possible. But once we get this set in place, we're then going to want to put a piece of tape down just to make sure it doesn't move at all, or just prevent it from moving when we can. But sometimes if you ever put on like a phone, you could put the screensaver on, you can kind of flip it on like so. That would work, but I just worry that the glue wouldn't get moved around enough. And considering this is going to take all the power of the motor, we will make sure that all the epoxy gets every inch we can, while being safe enough to not get in the crosshair across of that, or center of that cross. So, one thing I will say though is I want to take a piece of tape, two larger pieces here, and use this kind of as a backing in case the holes on the other side drip epoxy through. I'm just going to make sure when I glue it, it's not going to get on the table. Once we know that's all good and ready, we're going to bring back our stirring device and our stirring surface. I'm just going to use a little bit of epoxy. You do not need that much. It always works well. I'll probably do too much, I know that. Once we make sure we have a 50-50 mix, go ahead and stir this up. Now the reason we use epoxy here and not hot glue is one, because the epoxy definitely makes it have a stronger glue joint in the end, rather than hot glue is easier to come undone, and even just from the heat alone, worst case worse. I think I'm okay with my planes having some damage from the sun, worst case worse, in the fuselage or the tail or something. But if it's a motor mount, I want to make sure it stays set. But epoxy also, when you use hot glue on wood, it tends to dry and harden really quickly. The epoxy simply just doesn't do that. It gives you a lot more time to work with it. In this case, 5 minutes, but ultimately we're going to try to let it rest as long as we can. And that's why we're doing this step first, is because it'll make it so by the time we get to this in the build, assuming you follow build video exactly, it should be already dry by the time you get to it. Once we know it's all mixed, go ahead and start on one of these sides. Just take a good drop. I'm really favoring the edges of the piece and staying away from that cross. I'm giving myself about a 1/4 inch of leeway. I'm sorry, 1/8 of an inch away from all the crosshairs. Might be a little bit too heavy, but that's what that should look like for you. Let me go back down, take one of these side guides, set it into place. Just going to move it around a little bit, just in a circular motion. Once I see that it's all lined up, at least in a good enough spot where I'm happy with it, while this is still working, I'm still going to do the other side and get it ready. Once we have them epoxy down, you're going to notice that there's some epoxy spilling out from the edges. That is totally okay. As long as it's not in the center cross, you're going to be totally fine. And if ultimately you get to the end of the build and you notice that your snap motor mount is not snapping in properly, odds are I'm going to guess and say that as long as they're aligned with these pieces, it's probably going to be because there's some epoxy in there. So just take the time now, let it dry, and either take a sandpaper or a knife somehow and take away that excess epoxy that's in there, just to make it a lot easier on yourself in the end. I'm also going to take some extra epoxy here, just in places that I feel like it, and kind of go along the edges to really secure these side guides in place. This will make it a very, very strong mount. Now, of course, I just budged it there. So I'm going to get to the point where I'm satisfied with it. Now once it's actually all gone along the edges, I'm going to make it look back directly from above and make sure it's within those alignments. Once I know it's good, I'm just going to leave it be. I'm not going to touch it. Go ahead and work on the other side. And once they're all done, we're going to do one last check just to make sure from above that they're all good. But once you know they're all good, just let them be. We're going to move them to a spot. I'm going to put them over someplace over there or something beside me. And once again, I'm going to check once again just to make sure that they're all aligned. That'll make it a lot smoother in the end and really give you a nice snap with the snap motor mount. And one tip I have too, if you're building this plane really quickly, or you just want to make sure that when you go to put these together that these are all dry, keep this stirring section and stirring surface around. Just let this dry with it right next to it, and it'll tell you if the epoxy is set or not. So just a little tip for you. Okay, the first part of the build we're going to get into is going to be the spars. We have all the pieces laid out here. What it's going to consist of is going to be our 1, 2, 3, 4, and our wood spar in the back, along with our little formers between the spars, which are going to be these ones out here, and these two little ones that are going to be on the edges here. So please make sure you have all these tabbed out, along with all the notches notched out on these spars. One important thing to note though with the spar is considering these formers in the back here, is that you'll notice there isn't necessarily, like, they're both mirrored. So it's not like these are right and these are left, but there is an up and a down. So you don't want to glue these in. You want to glue them in like this, but not like this, just so you're aware. But you notice that some of these are mirrored, whereas the S1 and the S3 are both on the same side, but they're the same shape. Now, you could use each of these on each side. We just want to be aware that the S1 and the S3 should face up as it's sitting in the airframe. So I just have them as left and right, but just be aware that the S1 and S3 should always be facing upward. So with that, let's get forward with the spar. Okay, we're first going to focus our attention on the wood spar and installing it, just because it's easier to do it now with gluing it when everything's flat rather than when it's all built together. I'll go ahead and take my number 4 spar and make it face myself, and take your Hurricane spar with the little center marks and everything. Make sure that was good for reference. I'm going to line it up as such and make sure that we have a good position to glue this down. Make sure it's not too far left and right. Make sure that each of the center marks align with the number or with the spar ahead of it. So I'm looking. Now it's easy to have them lined up but still have it be glued like this for extreme example. But just kind of get a good feel of where it's lined up and when it's lined up. And then a good way to put a pressure on all parts. I just kind of put my full hands, let the edges do the pressure and then make the center. Or even sometimes if I can get my arm across, just don't want to glue my shirt down or burn my arm if there's any hot glue sticking out. So, or wide fingers, that's a good one. Might go like this. Now, once again, the glue is going to dry really quickly. So we want to be very efficient with when we're gluing wood down. I'm also going to take a little pencil and mark out, because we want to put the hot glue on the foam, not the wood. So I put some little marks on the spar, so that way I know where and when to stop the glue. So I'm going to take my glue and get ready to glue it on. Once I know it's in the right spot, I'll put all that pressure in the areas I was saying before. Once it's all dried down in the back, we can go ahead and take our number 3 spar. Now this, you notice it has a bunch of reference marks on it and openings for these little formers. I'm going to put the 3 facing the table so I only see the white foam board. And I'm going to go ahead and glue this wood spar and number 4 spar to the back of the number 3 spar as such. I'm just going to look for the reference marks in the center. Once again, do a good practice test. Once I feel good, in this case, because I have these little notches, I'm going to go ahead and put the glue on the number 3 spar. Once this is dry, we can go ahead and flip it over, use it as a reference, and bring over these S1, S3 formers. We're going to separate them into 2s, and then we're going to glue them together. Now one thing you could do, which is not necessary here, but if you want extra reference, I'm going to take one where it's on the one side, and one where it's on the other side, so when I glue them together, you'll see that the S1 and the S1 are on opposing sides. So that way we know that this is the right shape. It makes it easier when we go ahead and glue this into the spar for the next step. So, once we have these all laid out, I like to go ahead and just kind of squeeze with my fingers the little notches on the end here, just to make it easier when we go ahead and glue them all together. Glue it all together. Now what we're going to do is remember that the S3 and the S1 should face upward, and in the plane this spar is going to sit like this. So in this case, this is going to go together just like that. We're going to do that for all four of these pieces here. Now, if you could, I'm going to take my modified 90-degree right angle, just kind of hold it up here. Doesn't need to be exact here. The other spar is going to correct this, but just to make it easier in the long run, I'm going to use that for help to help me out. So, just put a little glue on each edge like that. Once we have these all formers glued on, we'll go ahead and actually take the number 1 former, not the number 2 former. You'll notice that there's these parts in the edges here we're going to take with a barbecue skewer. We're going to open it up so it can help us bend it to each side. Just give it like a slight upward bend. Doesn't need to be a lot, just a little. We're ultimately going to take this, flip it over, so in this case the number 1 is facing the table. We're going to notch this in to the formers we just glued on to the number 3 former. Just doing a little test fit here. It should look something like this. We're going to do the same thing, just put some glue in it. I'm going to go ahead and just put glue on these little formers, and also just on here, not on this tab with the former. I'll go to each one. Once that's all dried, I'm going to go ahead and bring these wingtip formers, as I'm going to call them. We're going to go ahead and glue these on here. You're going to notice that this piece can either be glued in like this, or like this, or like that, or whatever. But the way this is going to go in here is the tabs in this piece are going to be on the bottom, just like such. And this little notch out is going to face upward in the spar when it sits. And also this notch here, opening, is going to be towards the front of the spar, towards the number 1 spar. So it'll be glued like this, and the number 1 spar will be brought back like this. I'm going to go ahead and glue that. Now you can either do that one at a time, or do both at once. I'm going to do the bottom first, and you could wait for this to dry itself. I'm actually going to go ahead and put glue on the top part as well. Now once that's done drying, let's go ahead and do the same thing to the other side. So now that everything's all glued, you're going to notice that we have our number 2 spars left out. We're actually going to glue these once the spar is glued into the wing, but I want to show you just how they go together first. And I'm going to take the one side here. You'll notice that there's a notch here in the formers, and this notch here in the wingtip former. This is going to ultimately slide in, squeeze a little bit, slide in here, and then it's going to go to the wingtip notch and notch in there. Do the same thing for the other side just for show, to show how it's going to sit. And ultimately, once that's in there, this is going to give you a really, really strong spar that honestly, at least in terms of, I know this is the second kit released from 13th Squadron, but I think this is going to be one of the strongest spars I've ever built, simply also because the Hurricane just has such a thick airfoil on it that it literally is 2 inches thick once it's all done, said and done. So it's definitely strong. It's got a lot of wood in it, a lot of foam. I think even though it just has one wood piece in the back, it is strong enough alone just from the foam board, which is amazing, I think. So I will say one thing too, if you went ahead and 3D printed your 3D printed wheel well, this is going to be a good time to put it in right now. It's simply going to slide in right here, and you can either glue it in place or just let it be. All you have to do is, once we get in, you're going to push it down. And now when we actually go ahead and build it, we're going to put the spars in, and then we're going to make sure it's flush sitting flat, so on the bottom surface of the wing. But With that being said, let's go ahead and get into the wing itself. So here are all the pieces that you're going to need for your wing, minus the spar, of course. And that's simply going to be your lower wing surfaces, along with your outer wing surface for the top sheets, and your main middle top sheet for your wing. Now, I went ahead and saved this little notch out piece from the main top middle surface of the wing. This is just going to be a good squeegee piece that we're going to use to ultimately connect up these pieces, because with the way the kit works, being the piece is so wide, they have to have a fold line in them. I'm sorry about that, but it's just the way it is. But just like for the back trailing edge here, we're going to go ahead and close these off, make it a little easier for ourselves. But now we have all our pieces out, I'm going to put them aside. At least I'm going to focus on the bottom surfaces first. Also, forgot to mention, we're going to need our little servo doublers, just to give the servos a little something extra to make sure that they're aligned properly. Now, whenever we're building a wing, I like to make sure that our surface is all clean, because any little glue globs are going to make a little ding in the wing that we don't want. Just take an extra second to clean off your surface. Now from here, I'm going to make sure we leave all the paper on when we do this. We're ultimately going to hold this flat. We'll put some glue in here, and squeegee the rest off on top. So, not too much glue, just enough to connect it back up again. See here, I'm holding it. We just want to try to imagine that the piece was never disconnected in the first place. Hold it. Squeegee, and then hold it flat until it dries. Go do the same thing to the other side. Also go ahead and do that to the back of the top surfaces of the wing. So now we're going to go ahead and prepare our wing pieces one half at a time. Now you can see I have the main lower sheet, the top sheet of the wing, and the top middle sheet of the wing. We're going to go ahead and prepare all these so that way you can just mirror it for the other side when it comes to the bottom and top sheet. So first we'll start off with the easiest one of all. Is going to be the center middle piece. We're going to make sure we take the side that we have the glue sticking out, not the side that has the paper all connected. And we're simply just going to peel off the paper across the whole thing. So it's okay here if you get to the end of this middle piece and you still have some paper on where the glue is here. That's totally fine. We're not going to even mold that part that much, so just keep in mind that if it looks like this, that's okay. Just get as much paper off as you can in this area. Now, one thing I will say before going forward, please do not jump the gun here. There's some important steps I want to make sure you know before you go ahead in case you're doing this or that in regard to this build. I'll explain that in just a second. But the main thing you want to know is that you'll see on more of these other wing halves is that along the leading edge, you'll see these lines that run along the leading edge. Now these are what I'm going to call reference bevels, where you're actually going to bevel to that line to make the airfoil the exact way it's supposed to be for this plane. Now I say that because on the middle piece, you'll notice that there's not any line at all. That's because the Hurricane's airfoil is so thick, and by the way that I've designed it, you don't even need to bevel the leading edge because it has that much of a curve to it that you don't need to get that tight. So the middle piece is already done, so we don't have to worry about that at all for that reason. What we'll do, I like to take off the paper here for this bevel, just because it makes it a little bit easier. One for each side. Doesn't matter which one you hear, I'm going to start with the bottom sheet of the wing. Get comfy. And you can see I'm just going to break my knife and follow the piece of paper as close as I can from leading edge to that reference line. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it's just the closer you can get, the more repeatable and symmetrical your airframe will be in the end. As you can see, that's about what we want to do. A little bit more on the wingtip. And beveling for this piece is going to be done. Even like this front middle section here, we do not even need to bevel because it's just that thick of an airfoil. Go ahead and do the same thing over here. It's a little easier from this side when you don't have to start in a bevel. Just slowly leads into it. I will say I really like these reference bevels because I feel like they give you a better sense as a builder if you're doing the right thing exactly or not. Only because I feel like every time with someone's bevels, they can either be really shallow or really deep. This just makes sure that it's going to be as repeatable as possible for you when it comes to building your Hurricane. Speaking of bevels, I'm just going to go ahead and open up this aileron here. You can use a straight edge too if you'd like for that. Just make sure to not go through the other side. I'm just going to crack it open. Once I know that it's open like this, I'm going to go ahead and, when you bevel an aileron, you always want to bevel the actual aileron itself and not the wing that it's connected to. In other words, I'm folding this back and I want to bevel the aileron smaller piece rather than the big section you see here. Now this is just going to be a simple 45-degree bevel. I guess I mentioned too that you can actually, everyone has different bevels. This is one of the one that's pretty standard for me at just 45 degrees. But if you like higher throws, maybe you need a little bit more. But the Hurricane doesn't need that all that much, so standard 45 degrees is all you need. See, there's how much deflection I have, which is more than enough for this build. From there, all we have to do with this wingtip, or with this top sheet, is peel off the paper. This is going to be on the inside of the piece. Once again, same thing down here with the glue and the seam we made. Just peel off the most you can because it's not going to curve that much. Now from here we can go ahead and actually mold this. So I take this to the edge of the table. I'll go ahead and start curving it. Just little by little. So what you're looking for curve-wise with that piece is going to be something like this. Even if you're a little off, it's totally okay. That's just overall the general sense of what you're looking for. You definitely want to favor more of it towards the leading edge rather than to the trailing edge. From there, I'm going to set that aside. That piece is pretty much done for our preparation. Now we can move on to the main bottom sheet of the wing. So, first thing I'm going to say is that if you flip this piece over, you'll notice that sometimes in this seam line where the wing or the dihedral starts to take effect a little bit, sometimes the laser doesn't go through all the way, which is kind of by design because it's honestly a fire hazard for the laser. I like to take my knife and just kind of clean it up a little bit. Yours might be different, might not be. Just kind of smooth it out. Once we know that's all good, I'm going to say one important thing I'm going to say here is if you're planning on adding the landing gear well for the middle of the wings here, this is going to be an important time to, if you want, you could take some tape and put it over all these seam lines here in a way where it'll prevent them from going out of place with each other. Because what this is, although I'm not going to do it on this build where I actually cut these out, if you want to use this as a stencil for pencil lining and making it for when you go to paint it and having those little lines on there, it's a great reference to have, and it'll make it a lot easier to have it as one piece rather than I don't know, like 6 pieces here, I think. So all I'm doing is, like for example, this piece here, I'm taking a piece of tape and putting it over that cut line. So when I take this off, it'll all come off in one go. Another piece of tape here. And some more out here. Because I'm going to recommend that you cut these holes after you make the wing, even if you do the landing gear well 3D printed piece or not. That's just going to make it so that the build goes together smoothly for you no matter what. And you simply just have to trace it on the outside of the wing and then cut it out when you're done if you want to do the landing gear well. If not, just don't worry about this step and just peel off the next preceding steps moving forward. But I'm doing this as if I were to do that for you. As you can see from there, if I were to peel off any one of these, it's going to all stay connected and give you a very good outline that'll be way easier to paint when you're done. Way easier to trace when you're done, sorry. So now, notice that. Yeah, all those are good. So for me, I'm just going to take my pliers just to make it a little bit easier. I'm going to start down here. Just take your time with this. Now, you'll also notice that the line right here and over is where you're going to cut out to make it scale to the real Hurricane if you plan to do that. Because this is just simply the landing gear door that swings down when the gear swings out. But this area right here and everything is the space that is always open on the real plane. Just so you know. And I'll have some reference photos to show you soon. So once I get to each seam, I'm just going to lift it up again. Now, although it's not perfect, it's unfortunately the way it has to be for the design itself, but this is going to be a lot easier than trying to trace it out by hand. So just having these handy is going to be good for you in the long run. Now, obviously I'm not going to do it for this build, but I'm going to say if you were to do the landing gear well, I'm going to go ahead and set this aside for later. So now once we have that done, we can go ahead and move into the main build if you're doing this the standard way. And that is by peeling all the paper off in the next selected areas, which is going to be right up here, right in this area, and also in this large main area. And now is where the tricky part comes. We have this little section here, the trailing edge, and then for this area back here, it can get a little confusing, especially with the line that we have glued and just some random lines, but I'll explain what they mean here right now. So this whole section right here would be the flaps if you plan to choose them for the outer flaps. And there's also an inner flaps that is going to go from this point here to there and across. Now that's only if you want to try to add them yourselves, and props to you if you want to do that because I think that's awesome. But I'm just not going to do that for this build for simplicity and just getting the basics done for the average builder. But the places that we're going to take off is going to be everywhere that touches the trailing edge here. So where that's going to be is back here, and there's going to be this little spot in this triangle right here, along with this area. You're going to worry about the glue too much. And of course this area right here. So it's just going to be these areas. Everything else is just reference marks for if you want to have the flaps and add them in yourself. One thing we're going to do as well here, before we go forward, is take a barbecue skewer and just open up this gap. Just going to make it a little easier to bend the wing, just give it a little bend. And now we can go ahead and start taking out some of the 50% score cuts for all these notches we have to make. That's going to be these out here. And then these little center sections. I just like to go back and open them up just in case the laser didn't get them all the way. here I like to take a barbecue skewer and then go along all the edges and just kind of take out the foam in these sections. The only thing left to do from now on is to sand the trailing edge of this wing here, where we remove the paper from. Now I usually like to start off with a bevel just to get less sanding time. And I'm just going to do, don't stress yourself here because the sandpaper is going to do most of the work. Just bevel the most you can out of these areas on the trailing edge, and that'll move us to the next part where we go to sand it down. Don't forget on the wingtip here. Honestly, it's so small that I like to kind of come up from the bottom. Just imagine a line up to that reference line. No need to do it like a standard bevel, or even sand it, because that's already done. Honestly, I'd hate to have you sand this area anyway and make a wrong move and then snap this off. It's just going to make your build a little less clean. So yeah, just stick to the beveling with a knife here to make it clean and as simple as possible for you. So now at this point, what we're going to do is go ahead and take our sandpaper and always keep the sanding surface that we're sanding on a table or on something, not floating in the air by itself like this. It could make us hit the trailing edge and crack it or break it. So just make sure you do it on a trailing edge of something. And just, all we're doing is going everywhere to where we remove the paper from. So from the trailing edge to that reference line, that's all we have to do. So in this case, I'm just using 100 grit, but you can really use anything here. It's just going to take longer or quicker with different types of sandpaper. But I found 100 just a nice sweet spot. As you see here, that's exactly what we're looking for. Just a nice sanded trailing edge here. Don't worry if any of the paper comes off here or you nudge into this paper at all. That's totally fine. It should not affect the build one bit. But the only thing left to do now is going to be to curve this leading edge here. And once again, we're going to get progressively more curved towards the front of the leading edge, or towards the leading edge. So we're going to do that across the whole wing. So you see here, there's not too much of a curve here, just a little bit, just enough to get it going for when we actually go to fold the wing over. And the only thing left to do from here is honestly move into the spar, but we're going to take some glue. We're going to glue on these little parts here at the wingtip-ish, where the servo goes. Now there's a reference on here, but just so you know, the A part goes above on the B. So it's going to be on the surface. So it's not going to fold into it like that. In fact, it can't. It's going to fold on top of it like that. Just going to put a little bit of glue on the B area. It's just going to give your wingtip some support, because with these molded planes and the curvy scale stuff, it's not always that you just glue the trailing edge down to the nearest surface. I try to make it where everything's going to flow smooth and give the correct lines for how the airfoil shape is that I chose for this airframe. While it's drying, I'm going to do two things at once and do the second part. Same case here, A goes on top. Once that's done, I'll be honest, I lied one more time, I'll be honest, but we got to curve the molded piece for the middle top section. That's all we have to do here. Same thing as the top wing. So we're going to curve the whole thing, but mainly towards the leading edge. And the leading edge is going to be closest to these two cutouts here, not the big one cutout in the back. This is the trailing edge here. This is the leading edge. Once we have that wing half done, go ahead and set these pieces aside, and we're going to do the same exact thing to the other wing half sides, as in the top outer wing piece and the bottom other wing piece. So go ahead and do that. So now we have all of our wing pieces all ready to go. We're going to go ahead and do one last step here on the top sheets, just to make sure our ailerons are going to stay or last us a long time. What we're going to do is we're going to take a scrap piece of foam, doesn't matter what size. We're just going to take a thin bead of glue. Now, please don't do this if you're not comfortable or if you're bad with your glue skills. But assuming you're building this plane, you're probably pretty good. So we're just going to put a tiny, very, very light, honestly just that light of glue, and then immediately take our glue, or our squeegee, and put this into all the seams here. Then we're going to hold this open until this dries. This is going to make the aileron hinge last so much longer than just being paper. From here, what we're going to do is we're going to take our bottom halves, or our bottom sheets of our wings. We're going to take some tape, just some 1-inch tape here. Just maybe 2 pieces, just for aligning these together. All we're going to do is we're going to put these together here in the middle. And we're going to make sure that we see that any reference mark we have here in the middle is going to line up. So not like this, not like that. In this case, I'm going to use the optional radiator dash lines for my reference here. And line these up so that way I know each wing half is the same distance front and back of the airplane with each other. So that way they're both aligned. And put a piece of tape in the back here, along with another one just about here. This is going to make it so it's not going to want to come apart, because now we're going to bring our spar back over. We're eventually going to glue these together once we put the spar on, just so you know. We're going to take our spar. Once again, I like to squeeze these tabs just for that extra bit of ease of operation. There's just see a test fit. See how this goes in. Middle section should do just perfect. The wingtips we'll worry about later. But the test fit, that looks like it fits. And that side fits beautifully as well. So the way we're going to glue this is we're first going to glue the center section by itself without worrying about these outer sides. And the problem is, because of the slight curve, we're going to put a pressure in the back for a few seconds and then constantly rock it to hold the front down, and the back, and the front, and ultimately we're just going to kind of hold it down in the front in a little happy medium. Now we'll go ahead and take, before we do this, take out these number 2 spars, just so we don't have any confusion. Now when we go ahead and glue this, you'll notice that the center mark of the number 1 spar should line up with the center line between the wings. In this case it looks a slight bit off, but now it's right there. Just make sure when you glue this all, it's not twisted or anything out of the ordinary. Just watch for that from your perspective. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and put glue on the spar itself, and just everywhere in this area. Now if you want to get technical, this former, like this literal former my finger is exactly touching, touches the part of the wing where the wing starts to flex, or to twist and, angle up from the dihedral, and this former that my finger is now touching is the flat section. So this is right on these, in between these two formers. It's right on the line where the wing starts to have the dihedral. So I'm going to favor the glue on this side just to make it that much easier in the long run. Even if you get glue on here, it should be totally fine. It's just for actually building it and how it should go together, making sure it all works perfectly perfect. I'm going to favor this side, but once again, it's just totally fine if you do it on anywhere here. That's what I mean by that right there. And obviously that's going to squeeze over as well, but just makes it a little bit cleaner in the end. I don't want to say it's more proper, but it's just that's technically where the glue should go. Come back down. Line those tabs. Watch that center line. Hold it down, back down. Slowly rock the front. Bring the back down, slowly rock the front. Back down, slowly rock the front. And I'm just going to keep going back and forth here while this dries. Once we have those glued in, we can take the tape off back here. And then it's at this point where there's something we have to question in the build for ourselves, and that is if you want to ultimately, in the end, add the optional radiator on the bottom or not. In this case, I am going to add it. So to go about this, you can see obviously we haven't cut it out yet, but I'm going to go ahead and first I'm going to glue along this back section here, just over that seam line, and take the squeegee this all together here. And hold both sides flat. Once I know that's dry, I'm going to go ahead and go over these optional radiator lines. And just first, not cutting through, I'm just kind of etching the surface to make sure I have it outlined properly. I'm just going to open up these reference lines just a little more. Now what I like to do from here is first try to take my knife as vertical as possible and just poke right down to the other side. Same thing on all corners. This can take some practice and skill, but if you take your time with it, it should be nice and clean and consistent for you. So now, go ahead and flip the wing over. And it's very hard to see. You're going to see 4 exit marks of where our knife was. From there I can take a ruler. I'm simply going to connect the dots between all the spaces. Now remember, you have this bar on here and the wings are all flimsy, so you don't want to apply too much pressure, so I'm going to go not heavy at first. I'm just going to lightly go from line to or dot to dot. Remember, you don't want to go past those holes, you want to just go right to them. Slowly going to open this up more and more each time. Eventually you get to go all the way through. Same thing down here. Ultimately you're also going to go this way as well. Should pop out like that for one side. Same thing on the other side. And then now, even if I bring it over, as you can see, I don't even have it glued together yet. Just some preliminary test fitting. These are going to get glued together like this. And this will slide in here. Might be a little tight or not, depending on how you went about cutting those locations. It's going to fit just like that. Obviously, it might be a little bit better if I have them glued together. That's a pretty snug fit, and ultimately what we're going to do is we're going to epoxy that in place. But we're going to wait till the end of the build to do that, because we don't want to have to worry about this as we're building the plane and having it always taking constant pressure. Now, speaking of 3D printed parts, even though I don't have it here, right now in the build, it's going to be the time where if you want to have the 3D printed landing gear well in your plane, now is the time to do that. So all you have to do is simply locate this area right here where the landing gear doors would be opened, and simply just take the landing gear well, make sure it's upside down so the flat surface is towards my hand here, and the open surface where the wheels are is of course down below to the bottom of the wing. And you're just going to press it in place, push it as far down as it'll go, and then I just put a little bit of glue on top of all the edges just to make sure it stays secure, but it really would stay in there by friction. So if you want to save weight, maybe you want to go that way, maybe not, but just a little bit of glue on top to keep it in place is all you need. And that's it for that, because in the end, you're eventually going to take your outlines and put them on here. I'm sorry, like this way. And you would eventually tape this down itself and then trace it out and cut it out by hand that way. And if you want to, you could also take your knife, even though I'm not going to do it here, and simply do the same thing we did out here and poke through 90 degrees to where each major milestone or major point of this opening is, just to make it easier and more repeatable when you actually go and cut it out when you're all done with the build. Now I will say, if you're going to do this, one thing I will at least recommend is putting a little cut mark right here if you were to do this for your build, just like before, right there and right there, so that way you know where this opening should be for when you ultimately trace it on the other side and cut it out. We're not doing that for this build, however, so I'm not going to go ahead and do that. But now we can go ahead and move on to gluing the outer spars. And we're simply going to go ahead and put this into place. I'm going to take a pencil, just trace out where it is, and then also even up here a little bit. That'll give us a reference when we put some glue down. Now you could crack this wing open to get more surface area, but I don't like to do that because it makes a line on the bottom of the wing. So I'm just going to try and squeeze as much glue as I can underneath this spar. And same thing up front. And just a little bit underneath this former. Same thing, we're trying to hold this down while also keeping this up in the front. Okay, so once we have that done, we're going to go ahead and grab our number 2 spar here. We're going to put this, test fit it one more time. Should be good, but just see how it fits. Just like that. Now with this one, I'm going to put glue on the actual spar. I'm going to put it all along here. Just a little bit on the end cap as well. Make sure to press this in place and hold it. Once that's on, take a little bit of glue right in the corner here where the servo doubler is going to go. Just put a little bit of glue here. And tack this down. It might not fit perfectly. That's totally okay. I designed for that. It's kind of just if the spar is a little off or not, which it shouldn't be, but it's totally fine if this is not lined up perfectly, as I'm saying here. So, once that's dry, we're going to go ahead and do the same exact thing to the other side. Once we have both sides symmetrical, go ahead and bring over 2 servos. Make sure they're opposing arms. As in other words, you'll see that these have the control arm on opposing sides. Now I've already gone ahead and put these on here. Make sure that both these servos are centered. I'm going to make sure that I know which side is which, as in this side, with this this servo specifically, is going to sit down in the wing like this. And then I'm just going to leave that in there like that for now. While I know the other side is going to go in there the other way. Now before I do this, I just like to take some sandpaper, or even a dull knife, just kind of scuff up the surface that's going to be touching the foam board, just to give it a little bit of a grip as we leave it in here. Before that, go ahead and grab our 12-inch wire harness. I'm going to connect each side together. Now you could leave it like this, but there's something that I like to do, and it involves the packaging tape. Just take a section about just over an inch long, and make sure you know which side is which here. In other words, I know this side of the servo arm, or the servo wire, is where we just plugged into. I like to take this and go half on the black connector and half on the wire. Half on the connector and half on the wire. And just keep wrapping this around just enough where I know that in any case or any hard landing or anything, this will not come undone. Now, at least my plan is to not usually crash this plane, so I tend to make sure that, even though if you might worry that this might strip the wires or anything in a crash, it could be a case, but I think for the style that I want to fly this, and I don't really ever plan on crashing it, I find this okay to do. So, same thing for the other side. So now from here, we're going to go ahead and glue our servos in. Now I know that this is already centered. The servo is there. So I'm going to rotate this arm. I know it's not the right thing to do, but you can also do that electronically if you want to. So that way I know when I put this in, it's going to lay flat. I'm still just going to take some glue on the other side and tack it in place. Same thing over here. Now that I know that those parts are not going to move, go ahead and take my wire harness here. Just pick a side, doesn't matter which one. I'll tape it down in a way where I know I can always get back to it. Because ultimately, we're going to make sure these wires don't move anywhere when we go to glue the wings down on the top. Because you remember that when we fold this top sheet down, we're going to have this slot here to grab our wires from. Once that's all good, we can go ahead and look on to moving gluing down the top sheets of the wing to the main portion of the wing we just built. So let's go ahead and do that. So to fold the top sheets of the wing halves over, we're primarily going to focus on the bottom half that we just all made together here first. We're going to take our extra thick double tape or masking tape here and flip this wing over. We're going to line the leading edges halfway with this tape, and I'll show you what I mean by that in just one second. So I'm going to take a piece that's roughly the length of that middle section, just over. We're going to put half of it onto the wing and half of it off. You can kind of see through the tape. That's the benefit of this. But the best half-half split you can get, the better. Once you know it's on there, I'm going to really make sure this tape is on there. I will say, if you plan on doing this build and taking time and taking breaks, whereas you might build this plane now and then pick up on it in a month or two later, I recommend, with this step specifically in folding the wings over, you go as we're going at here, and then when we're ready to take this tape off and the wings are all folded over, you take the tape off immediately. You don't let it sit and wait with the tape on it. So in other words, complete this next step once you're ready and you have the time to make sure that you can take the tape off once the wing's all folded over. So just please know that going forward to make your model look the best it can. Now you'll notice this goes on to the outer edge. I'm going to take my X-Acto blade and run this along the wing here very lightly without going too much in the foam board. If it's resisting, then you're probably in the foam board and it's not good. And then when I get to the end of the piece here, I kind of feel that this is the end of the wing here, which is right about here. I'm going to, rather than going straight out, I'm going to favor going back towards the wing like that. And you'll see here, just like that. That way I know that this part of the tape is not going to be touching the other side of the wing. Now you don't want to have this too far over, and you don't want to have it be too straight either, but just the best middle ground of anywhere of honestly 5 degrees or so is the best bet for you. Same thing over here. You can also flip this over or use the light to help you. Honestly, this angle is probably more what you want to see. That shallow. We're going to go ahead and just focus on the center section here just to get a sense of what's going on, as I believe it's the easiest one to complete of all of them. And it'll give you a great sense of what you're going for with the rest of the wingtips. So we'll bring back over our top sheet. Just make sure, once again, it looks all like this. It's got a slight curve in it already. All the paper's off and molded. And there's no bevel on the leading edge, and same thing here. Now, this can take you a couple of times, but you're going to want to bring this wing up like this so that way the tape is flat. And you're really going to make sure that this center mark aligns with the middle here, and that these outer edges align with the edges of the wing. Now, it can take it once or twice to get it on there, but don't fully press it until you're ready. Also, you can take a piece of tape, just put it underneath your wing like this to help make it stand up for itself. Might roll a little bit, but just gives you like an extra hand. Just really be patient here. Now, what I want to do as well is, I don't want to try and squeeze this in like this by rotating it in. I want to almost roll this back to make it as clean as possible, and that way it makes the paper to paper line up. Because what you're trying to do is you're basically trying to make the paper of this leading edge touch the leading edge of this wing. And that's going to make the cleanest wing for you, and most accurate for how it's built. So this is going to take some time, but it's worth it. Just going from side to side. So you can see here, I have it tacked in place from the resting tape, and I'm kind of pressing it down the middle. And it should fight you a little bit by pressing it down there, but that's how you know you're going to get a nice tight paper-to-paper seal. checking each side possible, making sure that these lines all line up. And once you know it's good, I'm going to really press down. Take this tape away. I'm just going to hold this, flip it up a little bit, just really press. The key to this is making sure that this tape is on there pretty good, so that way it does not come off as you do a very stressful fold. Okay, once I know it's on there pretty good, just one more time, make sure it's on there. I'm going to do just about one test, as in I fold it over to see where it's at. You don't want to do this test too many times because it'll make the tape slip a little bit, and you're not going to want that. Apply firm pressure. Just kind of seeing how it wants to bend. Just kind of mold that leading edge how you want from this. Now the nice thing about this is you can line up the trailing edge with where it should end. In this case, I'll show you in 1 second, but mine looks good from here, so I hold it down in the back. I kind of walk it forward, because this is too far of a curve. It's not how it should be, because the front former is not down yet. Slowly press this. And even once you get to this former, you can kind of give it a little bit of wiggle room and make sure that it's going to rest the proper way. But that looks pretty good to me. I'll show you what I see back here as well. So in other words, as I bring this back, the leading edge I'm not even thinking about right now. It's too far back. I went too far. I can bring this forward. I can see right about there. Right about there is how it should look. And then I hold it down on this back spar and slowly rock my hands forward on each side to make that leading edge what it should be. Because ultimately we're going to glue the spars down first and then the trailing edge afterward. But the trailing edge is what gives us the right distance to make sure that the leading edge is all good. Now make sure this doesn't open up too much. Then when we glue, we're going to put glue on the seam line here and along all the areas in the spar here in the middle. And once again, this former on the outside, you could do this one inside former and glue it, but any glue there is going to be fine, I promise. The reason we don't do the trailing edge right now is because the glue might smear out, and we're just simply, we don't have enough hands to be able to account for that. So we're going to do that last when we can control it and make sure we account for any glue spillage. Now really, really make sure that you put a lot of glue in this leading edge, more than you might think, because that's ultimately what's holding this leading edge together. So you do not want to slack there, and if there's any like unevenness, just put a little bit extra glue there if you see that there's any problems with it. Turn this around for you. Let you see how much glue I'm putting on there. So I'm going to put. Now this glue will also smear, so you don't have to be perfect, but it's just favor more glue than less glue here. And just remember what we practiced before. Let's bring this back. Line up the trailing edge first. That's key. I'll make sure it's all centered. And there you can rock forward. Just make sure we're really applying a full pressure here. It's okay if you need a helping hand here, just to have a little more pressure on all spots. Once that's done drying, you can go ahead and look. If you notice here on the leading edge, there's some glue globs here that normally in any plane wouldn't be a problem, but in this case, we'll go ahead and just kind of pull these off. That'll make it nice and clean for when we glue the outside leading edge. I actually didn't have it on the other side. Just be careful if you have those there. It might cause some interruption. I'm going to focus on one side here. In this case, it's going to be the left side, pilot's left side of this airframe. And we're going to do the same exact thing, just with a little more steps because it's a longer surface. This one with the wingtip, I'm going to go just over past it. So don't stop like right about here. Keep going all the way past the wingtip. Make sure it's at least this long. Once again, the half-half is crucial here. Now I'm good. So on the wingtip here, this is probably honestly even a little much, but just make sure you go a little bit past the wingtip like this so you know that it's going to get a full fold over with the top sheet. Now even though it's not necessary, I'm also going to do the same thing here with the tape, because the main problem is the middle one, just because we're going to have to worry about hitting this outside wing. But I'm going to take my knife again and go along the wingtip as well. This one you could be a little more lenient, but I'm going to favor slightly in again. The outside we don't have to worry about. That's all good there. This one's going to really make sure this is on there. Now we're going to take our top sheet. And this one is going to be a little bit more difficult to line up, only because we have to make sure that it lines up perfectly with this point, because there's really no reference out in the wingtip to where it should line up to. Try to get the best spot here to view it. As I put this on, I kind of favor the leading edge here. Switch up angles altogether. So now I glue this down. This is going to be hard because you have to hold it at an angle as well. But I'm going to just line up the front. Try to get it shot. Just like that to start. This way I found was kind of rock. The leading edge out. That looks perfect. As you get out to the wingtip, might come up a little bit. You can kind of roll it back on to the tape. Just gotta really make sure it's all once again pressed into that top sheet. Once I know that it's all good out there, once again you're going to do a test fold over here. You just don't want to do this too much, or it'll really stress out this piece of tape and piece of foam. Just going to see how it fits. But that looks pretty perfect to me. Sometimes if you see that there's a opening right here, it could be because the outer edge is not down far enough. So just know that if you have any trouble here, it could be because it's out here. Sometimes what I like to do here is just take a pencil and mark that center line. Just something visually to remember. In fact, even some type of pen. Just you won't see this when it's done, but that's where the wings dihedral starts. So when you fold this back over, just because this isn't glued down yet, that's what's causing us trouble. This comes down, and that should sit like that. Sorry. That looks perfect. Just remember this feeling as we go to glue it down. When we glue, we can choose to glue the wingtip down or not. In this case, I am going to glue it down all in one because I feel comfortable enough to hold everything down here. Because don't forget too, there's also technically a trailing edge here with the wingtip. But I usually like to save that for last, so I'm going to hold this section off specifically for last. And basically all the points where my fingers are at is where I'm going to glue. That being said, I'm going to make sure that tape is on there once again, even though it held up pretty good. And just make sure to not be light with the glue here. I'm going to keep going around the wingtip, just to that sanded down trailing edge section. I'm going to go over each one of these spars here for maximum strength and support. The reason all these spars are here is honestly not necessarily even just for strength. They also add the right shape for the airfoil as you go to glue it down. That makes sure that everything is symmetrical on each side of the airframe. Yep, that feels perfect. Once I know everything is going to line up when we go ahead and glue it down, I'm just going to hold pressure in all the spots. Just don't forget that wingtip. Sometimes if you don't hold it down properly, it'll sneak up on you. Once that's all glued down, go ahead and do the same exact thing to the other side. So now once we have the main spar sections glued down and without the trailing edge so far, we're going to go ahead and take off the tape on the leading edges just to get that off and prevent any paper from peeling off unintentionally from leaving that tape on there for too long. Now I actually like to start with the wingtip first, only because you have this already opening. Now it is crucial here to make sure that when we do this, that we always are going to want to pull towards the seam and never away from it or anything that would try to peel that paper off of the wing. So that's going to be kind of tricky because there's two sides to this. So I almost like to do it once on one side all the way across. And the reason we want to be so careful with this is because it's almost like a domino effect where if one part of the paper starts to rip or peel, then it's going to keep cascading down from that point and rip up a bunch more paper than we would like. It won't affect the flying characteristics if any paper is peeled off, but it just looks better without it peeling. I'm going to get as close as I can to this leading edge, or that seam line. Go over, flip it over. Do the same thing on the other side. Now you never also, little note here, you never want to pull straight up perpendicular to the surface of the foam. You kind of want to try and roll it as flat as you can to the wing. Now it's not needed, but it just makes it a little more predictable and less likely to peel that paper. Or rip the paper even. So you had a little bit of rippage there, but that's totally fine. Now from here I'm going to try and peel this off the best I can. I want to say it's kind of inevitable that you're going to get some paper to come off, but you see I already had a little bit there, which is fine. But if I see that, I'm going to immediately try to cut back towards the wing. I'm going to try and give you an example here the next time I see it. Or cut back towards the seam. So So you can see here I have some on this side. And my next goal here is I'm going to favor this going back towards the leading edge, and that stops that from keep ripping. Now the longer that you leave this on, or the tape on the paper, the longer and more likely this is going to happen to you. Once again, I hate to say that some of this is inevitable. We want to do our best just to keep this as clean as we can. As you can see here with that leading edge, it definitely had to come off a little bit throughout the whole section, but that's totally fine. It's not going to affect anything besides looks, but it's just one of those things that if you want to take your time with, you can really make it look clean, but it's totally fine if it looks this way or even has a little more paper off. Now we're going to go ahead and do that across the whole wing. Now when starting off in this middle section, I like to just kind of get underneath one side, start with one side, and then kind of go across the whole section, rather than trying to bring both ends to meet in the middle. One spot to be careful about is this center middle section here, just because the paper obviously is not one piece like the top, so just be aware of that location. Once we have our leading edge all opened up without the tape on it now, we're going to go ahead and look at the trailing edge, and we're going to glue that down. Now what I like to do is take another piece of tape, just about the length of the leading edge, and just place this on the table. And we're just going to simply use that to collect glue as we glue down this trailing edge down. So now you can do this all in one go. There's really no right or wrong way to do this, but I like to do the center section first, so that way this paper from this leading edge is going to sit on top of this middle section. So go ahead and put glue along the whole trailing edge. We'll put this together. We're going to press down across the whole surface and just look for any glue that spills out. Then every now and then I like to kind of move the wing forward just to make sure it's all not getting giant glue globs at the back. As you see there, we have some glue that came out. Once that's dry, I like to go ahead and take the trailing edge and just kind of grab all these little glue globs. Just to clean it up, you can use a knife too as well if it makes it easier. And now I'm just going to pick this side first and do the same thing to the other side in the future. We're just going to do the same exact thing. We're going to put some glue in here and just hold this down. For reference, just a nice thick bead right about there. Just do the same exact thing as the middle. Once we know that's dry, there's 3 more spots to glue. That's going to be once right here and once right here. And another at the wingtip to hold this down. So I'm just going to take either my X-Acto blade or some type of pencil or something. Actually, well, in this case, for me, tweezers works pretty good, but I'm going to try and use a pencil for you, or a pen. I'm just going to try and open that up. I'm just using my X-Acto blade like that, just to open it up for myself. I'm just going to put a couple of drops of glue pretty much right at that spot. I'm going to put one little one on the wingtip as well here. And remove your blade or your utensil. So the same thing again, I'm going to hold it down. Just press it so this aileron's flat, and also this little wing tip. Make sure that's down as well. Once we know that side's all good, we're going to go ahead and do the same exact thing to the other side. So now that we have our wing all structurally complete, we can go ahead and actually set up our control horns with our servos. So what we're going to require us to do is have our pliers, our 13-inch push rod ready, our control horns, our servo centering tool, and our battery to power it, of course. So we're going to take our Y harness here, and we're going to plug it into the port. First, I make sure that all of our servos are centered. Let's make sure that's the right direction. Now, I honestly just like to leave it on the whole time while we're centering them. We're setting up our control horns. But to start out, first thing I want to do is take one of these sides. I just like to take my barbecue skewer and open up this gap here in the control horn. Just makes it a little bit easier for the control horn to go in. And from there, I'm going to take a piece of tape and make sure that this aileron is centered for how it should be with the wing. I'm just putting a piece of tape on it like this, so that way we know that it's all flat. And then we're going to take a control horn, just one of them, and just kind of see how it fits in the wing. If you need to adjust it, maybe you need to make a little more space, or find out. That sits pretty good. Maybe a little bit further back. When you're looking for this here, you of course want the control horn to be straight vertical and not slanted or rotated. You also want it to have these holes straight over top of the hinge line. Not too far back this way or too far forward, just right over the hinge line to make it equal throw both ways with your servo. Once I know that's all good, I'm going to go ahead and make a Z-bend, as they call it. I'm going to take my push rod, just go right to the end like this. First make a 90-degree bend. Make it as 90 degrees as you can. And then, now I'm going to do what's called a modified Z-bend, because I prefer them, and you could change them more in the field later. But if you were to do a Z-bend, you would take this here, and I'm going to bend this rod back like this, so that way it would be a Z. Now, a modified Z-bend is a little bit different, where I grab the push rod like this, and I'm going to push it back towards myself like this to eventually make this shape. Now the benefit of this is you can actually, in the field, if you need to take one of these off or modify your control horns, you can kind of twist this with pliers and then adjust which holes they're in and everything, so that way it makes it easier. Whereas with a Z-bend, it takes a lot more bending, and honestly, I don't want to say it's impossible, but with no set screws to screw in your push rods, this is the best way to do it, where it's reliable but also not going to come undone in the field. But you can also still modify it by doing a modified Z-bend. Now we'll go ahead, make sure it's not moving, and put this in the top hole of our control horn. Actually, I don't like that, but this is how you do it. You also, all you have to do is take this like that. Even I don't like the way this is rotated, so I'm going to rotate it around. That's one thing I like to be picky about with modified Z-bends specifically, is which way they bend. Make sure this is bent in a way where when I put it in, when you use your pliers to get it through, that's totally fine. I want to make sure that this push rod is sticking up out rather than back down towards. It's fine if it is, it's just I like that you can get at this later if you need to for leverage. Now from here, you can either use a piece of tape, or what I like to do is use like a Sharpie or some type of pen. Now remember that all this is centered and your aileron is centered. I'm going to mark this at the hole, the top hole of this, in this case. So now I know that's where that should sit. Now I'm going to go back now and take my my pliers, and I can personally see that hole from here, but you kind of, or that dot, but I understand it might be hard on camera, but you just kind of remember where that's at and go just a little bit back of it. Now the dot is on this side of the pliers. It's not on this side. It's on this side for me, because that gives me the best way to bend and use this extra push rod to bend it for myself. Now we're going to bend this push rod. Make sure you do it in the way that I have the pliers in line, ultimately, when this goes down, that when I push this over, it's not going to be out of alignment with the control horn. So we're going to bend this over. If I push this down, that's going to align properly with that control horn hole. Give me a little more. Perfect. I'm going to do a modified Z-bend as well here, where I grab both of these. I'm going to bend this back up. So I'm going to grab it like so, and then bend this push rod back up towards myself with my thumb here. Just like that. Now I usually go about a width of foam board or higher, which is 5 millimeters in this case. And this is my push rod. And I glue this in. We're going to slide this on. And that is how it's going to sit when it's all said and done. I'll take my glue. And notch this back into place. And that is one aileron control horn glued in. Now we're going to go ahead and do the same thing for the other side. And just because, honestly, I'm a bit of a control freak, I like OCD stuff, I'm going to make sure that these push rod bends are mirrored on the other side. So instead of doing it this way where these come out on specifically this side of the push rod, it's going to be reversed on the other side. So I'll go ahead and do it and show you what I mean. One note I will say too also, we're going to use this extra push rod that we just cut off the other side to make the push rod on this side. So I left the long side that I'm about to cut just so I know which one's which, but on the other side here, I'm bending it right now, but we could see that it's a mirror image of what is on this side. So just to be a little bit OCD and symmetrical, making sure that the plane is totally going to be balanced on each side. That's my way of doing it. So that's just what I meant. So once we have our servo control horns back on there, I usually just like to take the Y harness here in the middle, just kind of wrap it around a little bit, and just tape it down in a way that I know is not going to hinder the build later. And by doing this, I'm just doing it in the middle here. We don't want to make sure that all the wires are between these two cut lines, because ultimately our fuselage box is going to run right along here. So this means that our wires are not going to get in the way when we go to glue everything down. And we'll have access to this later when we go ahead and actually finish our plane. So, that being said, our wings are not complete until further notice. Let's go ahead and work on the fuselage. Okay, so the first step of making our fuselage is going to be making the fuselage skeleton, as I like to call it. And that's going to be the same piece that we were working on before with the snap motor mount side guides here, along with this back piece, which is going to be for our number 14 molded piece. And then we're going to need these formers listed here and I'm going to list them, of course, but they're also just all the ones labeled on this fuselage box here. So we're going to have the A former, B former, E former, F former, the two H formers, the K former, the J formers, the L former, and the M former. So make sure you gather those, and we'll get right into this. Okay, so we're first going to focus our attention on the fuselage box here. Now, if you have a right triangle or a right angle degree tool, that's going to be helpful here, but I just like to use a piece of thick tape for this. All we're going to do is simply fold these up. Now, you notice that there's going to be a diagram on this piece. That is how a piece should look when it's all said and done. So these sides are going to come up like this, and then this piece, the little flap, is to come down like this and in like that. Not above or anything, it's going to be all below, just like that. But first we're going to focus on the two main areas here. So it doesn't matter here, I'm going to pick one side, fold it up, get some glue. And just hold this vertical 90 degrees. Now you can hold this 90 degrees, but sometimes the bottom likes to move, so I like to put pressure on the bottom and on the piece that I'm holding up. Same thing on this side. Once that's done, we're going to go ahead and do this area right here. Now I'm going to do both of these at the same time. First put glue and then rotate it, and then put glue on the other side, and then just hold this down flat. I'm just going to choose one of these sides to hold 90 degrees, and the other one will follow. Luckily our formers will also correct it, because this piece is pretty wobbly, but just focus on the one side, and that'll be good enough going forward. Once that's done drying, we have our box ready. And the next thing we're going to do is go ahead and glue on all of our formers to it. We'll start with the A and B formers. We'll go ahead and glue these together before we put this on. Now, one thing I will say for all these, I'll bring the E and the F former for a better example. Some of these E and F formers, even though they're the same shape on the outside, the bottom doesn't technically line up by the way I've designed it and the angle that this face has. So when you glue these together, don't worry about the middle lining up with each other. Just focus on the edges and the outside going together. We'll first start off with the A and B. A little test fit. Once I know it's good, I'm going to put the smaller former first. In other words, this case it's former B. Now, I'll be honest and say that this plane definitely tends to be tail heavy rather than nose heavy. So I'm going a little bit heavier with all the nose formers and anything that's in the nose, just to give you the better feeling of hopefully your plane will be correctly balanced with more weight in the nose rather than the tail. So just please know that going forward with all your glue usage. Just look for any large glue globs in these areas as well. While that's drying, I'm just going to go ahead and do all the rest of them. In this case, we're going to be gluing E and F together. And while that's drying, I'm going to bring over both of the H formers and glue them together. Then I'm going to bring over the J and K formers, and I'm just going to put these on right in the corners here. Make sure that the J and the K, or the J's are facing upward. Then lastly, I'm going to bring over the L and the M formers. I'm going to put it like so. This one's not the trickiest to line up, but you got to watch for the center marks and just make sure everything all lines up. There's even some marks on the edges here you can see that those are helpful to line up, which will be later used in the build for another molded piece going onto it. Now this one too, one tip I'll give before going forward is if I'm going to hold it roughly where it's going to be glued, or how it's going to be glued, and take a pencil and flip it over, and just make some marks in here so that way I know where to not put glue on here. It'd be fine if you would put glue there, it just makes it cleaner in the end when you add in the piece over here when you go to glue that in. Just like that. Also make sure to keep away from the coffee stir or the push rod eyelets. Now that they're all done drying, we're also going to take the L and the M former and we're going to put this on here. Now there is a right and a wrong way to do this, whereas you can see that the soon-to-be cockpit shape here is up top, and there's a little cutout at the bottom here of this piece. We're going to want to make sure that that's at the bottom away from the cockpit, rather than like this, which would be wrong. So, do a little test fit. So it should look like this, all said and done. A good way to tell is if you put the tabs in like this, you'll notice that the top is not touching the top of the former. You want to make sure that when you put this in, it lines up right to the top of this former here. So now I'm actually going to grab the H former specifically because it's the biggest former. And we're going to use this as a side helping hand. We make sure this is glued in and vertical. Just makes it easier rather than trying to balance this all by itself, which still could work, but it just the H former gives us a little more surface to work with. Put glue all along this whole side. Now that that's dry, we can go ahead and put our tape aside. I'm just going to go from front to back. We're going to take our A former and our B former. We're going to slide this on to where its location should be. It's going to plop in right about here and sit just like that. Just checking all sides that when it goes on it'll be good. Now there's two options. You can either put glue on the outside corners, kind of like you're welding it with hot glue on here, or what I like to do, because there's not necessarily a weight problem with this plane, but it needs to be a little heavier up in the nose, is just put all the glue I can everywhere. I'm just going to put it on these faces here, just right there. So that way this will give me at least a good starting point to tack it in place. And then I'm going to go back and weld it later. Just look from all sides, making sure it's all lined up. Let's make sure that's pressed onto the foam, like this. Once you do all those things, you should be good. And now from here, then I can go back and weld it, or whatever. Just little by little. I'm actually going to squeegee this as well. I recommend using a scrap piece here, just like so, or just use your finger. But just be careful, it can get hot. Now I'm just going to go front to back. So the way we have it, of course, just alphabetically. The E is going to come next, and the J and the K after that. Or I'm sorry, the E and the H, just said alphabetically. E and H, and then the H, or I'm sorry, E and F, and then the H right behind it, and then the J and K back here, and ultimately the L and the M back here. So this E and F is going to go right on here. Now this one I am just going to kind of line up with those marks, make sure it's all good. I'll show you what I'm looking for here in just 1 second. I'm kind of looking, this side's a good example here. You can see that I just see those alignment marks on this side, and then just see them on the back side. That's kind of what you want to look for with these. Once I know that one side's good, I'm going to hold it down with, for this case, my thumb, and then I'm going to do the welding thing again from one side. Now honestly, I'm going to put it on both sides here just for that extra nose weight and extra rigidity. But make sure this one's all good. And then I'm going to wait for that to dry. You keep going around the whole surface. And one last time over here. I'm just going to go ahead and do that all on the back side as well. just to be safe. It's also easier to do this now instead of when this former's here, so that way I know that everything's going to be accessible for my glue gun. From here, we're going to do the same exact thing with this H former, just to line it up on the dashed lines right behind it. Once again, go along the back side as well. In this case, we only have just the two sides because the bottom is simply not there. Okay, the next is going to be the J and the K formers. Slide right on top here. We're going to do the same thing again where we kind of weld it to the foam, where we put the former on over the top of it like this, and then line up the outside dash marks on each side, and then go ahead and put glue along both sides to make sure it stays in place. It's also easier to make sure that one side is aligned, make sure that's tacked in, and odds are the other side is in a good starting point from that. Make sure this side's all good. Now sometimes if you don't glue these formers together super tight or like make the glue squeegee out, sometimes you might not even be able to see the reference marks. But if you notice that one side I can see this and the other side I can't, I kind of push it to the other side. Now I can see this one, now I can't see that one. What you're going to do here is just kind of find the best medium between both of them, where you know that if you can't see both of them, odds are it's got to be in the middle somehow, because glue can't be that thick. So I'm just finding this where it's the most center I can get it. I'm holding it down, and I'll apply glue. So lastly, we're going to take our L&M formers along with that back molded piece support, and we're going to tab this in just to see how it fits test-wise. And perfect. And so now this one, even though we have this on the back here, I'm going to take this to a table's edge when we go to glue this, and just apply some support on one side while holding my hand on the other side to get a good firm joint. We'll go ahead and put glue all along the box itself. Just like that. A lot of glue, I'd squeegee that as well. So once we have a fuselage box done like this, this is kind of going to be all the interior structure we have of the whole airframe, minus some formers in the back for our molded pieces. But from now we can go on and move ahead to the molded pieces. But I will just say one thing, if you want to test too, your snap motor mount, this is a good time to do it while everything's all open. Whereas this just kind of slides in. It'll probably squeeze apart the sides, and then it'll snap into place like so. And that's not going anywhere. Notice that mine has a clean fit, so I'm all good, but if you were to have any glue spots that you didn't see when you were trying to clean it up beforehand, now will be the time, once you take this out, to clean your side guides for the snap motor mount. Now, I will say for this plane, we're ultimately going to slide it in like this, and it shouldn't make any difference, but I mean that as in, like, we're not going to slide it in from the front, we're going to slide it in from the back. So, if you were to have any trouble here, from going from this way rather than the front, take note of that now, just in case there's any problems for you. Just like that. That looks all good to me. That being said, let's go ahead and move on to some of the molded pieces of this build. Okay, so the first molded piece that we're going to prepare for this build is going to be the number 9 molded piece. That's going to sit right here, and it's going to be the piece with the 13th Squadron insignia and logo on the back side of it. And this is going to sit right about where the cockpit sits, right beneath it. So, first thing I want to do is connect this because it's got the bifold in it. So I have a scrap piece of foam ready. So put some glue in the seam and connect it together. And just wait for this to dry. Once it's done drying, we'll go ahead and peel off the paper. From here, we're going to go ahead and mold this piece all the way across on the edge of the table. with this piece specifically, make sure that the corners up here are pretty molded in. So I'm just taking a little bit of extra effort with my fingers, bringing that in a little bit. Just like this is just perfectly fine. So now we can bring back over our skeleton. Now I'm going to put this on here. There's going to be a center mark on this M former that's going to allow us to see where the center of this should be glued to. And then of course a center mark on the K former where it should be glued to here. So I'm just kind of looking to see how this should fit, and that looks pretty good. And we're basically going to tack this in place to make sure it's centered, and then put glue along each sides of the formers here to bring these sides down. So now sometimes I will just say these formers like to warp and stuff in the packaging, just from like this forward and backward. So if it's off by a little bit, it's all good. The molded piece will account for that by when you glue this here to the back, aligned with this M former. You can see if it was pretty far forward like this, you can just simply push the K former back into it to align up with it. Because by the way this is designed, when I bring the sides down, these sides align perfectly, whereas with the K formers moved back, because it's designed to fit. Put just a drop of glue at the top here, just about ½ an inch on the front and back. Then we are just going to make sure when we put this down, everything is centered and in alignment with each other. Okay, from there, we're going to pick a side. In this case, I'm going to do this side. And we're going to both glue the back and the front down. You can do the front all at once and hold it down like this and watch the back at the same time. Or you can hold it down to here, where my thumb's at, and then hold the back down at the same time here, and then go back and get this area. But I'm going to do it all at once. So I'm going to put glue all along this K former, and then just to where these dash marks are on this former here. And just as far up as we can go with that number 9 molded piece, just up top there. I'm just going to rock the piece down. And also in the back as well. Hold it down. Now I will say, there's going to be some glue globs that come out of this here. We're going to want to make sure to get rid of those. But I found the best way is honestly just to let them dry as is and then pick them off later. Now I say this because usually sometimes we don't care about this stuff, but with this build specifically, the glue globs in this area would affect our hatch very much. So we want to make sure to take care of them now, so it makes it easier in the end when we go to install our hatch. So once it's dry, I kind of just go along here and just sort of pull off these glue globs with my fingernails or with my fingers even. Just to make sure it's all clean for the hatch when we install it. Sometimes if there's a difficult one, you take your knife and be careful. Or if you have those tweezers, you can kind of pull them off. And once that side's all good, we're going to go ahead and do the same exact thing to the other side. So now we have our number 9 molded piece done, we're going to go ahead and move on to the number 8 molded piece right in front of it, which is going to be the start of our hatch. Okay, so for our number 8 molded piece, we're going to need these pieces seen here, which is of course going to be our number 8 molded piece, along with our 2 G formers, and our I former, and these little tiny wooden hatch pieces. Now, these are going to be a new technique I'm bringing in, whereas they allow you to basically make a top hatch for an airplane, specifically like inline engine planes with like a Merlin's Rolls-Royce engine. Because if I bring the finished plane over, the way you do this hatch works is rather than anything underneath or anything sticking out, I use the flexibility of foam board to where you can actually clip these two together and then pop this out. And that allows you to have a top hatch that gives you a lot of space and is used just like this. You can see the wooden piece here for the hatch. The male side is on the hatch itself, and the female side is on the walls on the inside of the hatch, or of the airframe. And there's also a popsicle stick in the front where it holds everything in place. Or that kind of keeps it from flying up. And all you have to do is kind of get the lip down, put this down, squeeze one side, and squeeze the other, and that's your hatch. This gives me a lot of great opportunities to make hidden hatches, and I really like the way it came out, and it's super simple, and honestly, as if you do everything right, you're going to have no crinkles, and everything's going to be all concealed. So now it is very important that you follow all the steps so to make sure that you make this as repeatable as possible for yourself. And even though it would still work, if you perhaps, say, put the female side on the top of the hatch and the male side on the airframe, it's better to do it the way that I do it, so that way it'll make sure that everything has the right lines, because if you do the opposite way, this is going to bulge in and this is going to stick out. The hatch is going to stick out and the bottom part is going to cave in. So it's designed so the male is on the hatch and the female side is on the airframe itself. So please just know that going forward. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is put these formers and hatch pieces aside. We're going to focus on the main piece. We're simply going to connect it together with a scrap piece of foam and squeegeeing some glue in there. Once it's done drying, we can go ahead and peel off the paper. Now from here, we're going to go ahead and actually mark up some reference lines for our hatch. Now to be able to glue these hatch pieces on in the right spot, we're going to have to do it in a very specific location that you have to draw out yourself. Now it's very simple. All you have to do is see these little dashed marks on the piece on each side. All we're going to do is take a ruler and connect the dots. Once you have it all lined up, I'm just going to take a pencil and just etch in the foam. Doesn't need to be a sharp line, just something enough for you to see it. Eventually we're going to also crack these open, so I'm going to do that now. There's a little bit of excess that stays in there, so we're going to get rid of these little pieces like that right there. I recommend just cleaning off these little tops too if they get kind of splintery. So now remember, the male is going to be on the hatch in the middle section here, and the female is going to be towards the wing. So the way we're going to do this is, you'll notice that the top of this piece, the female end, should sit on the line. So I'll do this just for better visual here. I'll do this in Sharpie so you can see it. So the female end is going to sit right on that spot, right like this. And the male, you might notice that the male end is kind of, I don't say sloppy here, but there's a lot of play with this. That's designed for any error that you might have with gluing this piece down, but you're going to want to put this about in the middle as you can and as high up as you can, while making sure that the female piece is down as you possibly can. So it should sit just like this when you're finished. So I'll give you a little close up there. That's how it should look when everything is all glued. Go ahead and mark the other side as well. I'll do it in Sharpie for visual purposes. Now I'll say, I said specific location only because it has to be on this line, but really anywhere in the general middle of this area or this piece is fine. As long as it's not to this outside or over here, just anywhere in the middle is the best spot. Go ahead and crack off the other side. And the female towards the wing, towards the opening, right in the middle on that line. We're not gluing these in just yet, only because we want to curve the piece first, just to give it a little bit of a curvature. I just want to press that in place to give a sense of what we're going for there. So now what we're going to do is actually, we need to bevel this piece first. Only on the bottom edge it's going to touch the wing. So So we're actually going to sand it down with sandpaper too. But we're just first going to do a sharp bevel, as deep as you can, but the sandpaper is going to do most of the work later, so don't stress too much. And just go to the leading edge of this airfoil shape, and then just fizzle it out like so. And then now, from here, I'm going to go to the table's edge. Honestly, I don't want to ruin this cutting board, so I'm going to put a piece of tape down, or two even. So now when I sand this, I bring this over. You'll notice that there's one spot on here that I definitely don't want to mess up and go back towards, and that's this little tip here. So I'm always going to be beveling towards myself, and like kind of going in a circular motion to really make sure that I don't make this and go back up towards it and crinkle it. We're kind of going from about here to the leading edge back. That's kind of the ideal slope you're looking for. When you're all done sanding, your piece should look something like this, with that kind of slope on the side. It's okay if you go a little bit too shallow here. This is probably honestly a little bit too much, but it's totally fine for this build, and if you go down that low, it's perfectly fine. But just kind of that general shape you're looking for throughout the bevel. Go ahead and do the same thing for the other side. So once we know the pieces are all sanded and prepared, we can go ahead and finally mold this piece. Just kind of a nice even mold all around. One thing I also like to do with this piece is just put the absolute slightest bevel on this back side, just to make it line up with the previous molded piece up just a little bit better. Just the slightest bit though. Now here's where we have to glue on those pieces, so I'm going to bring them back on over. And I'm going to explain both sides at a time, and we're actually going to lay them out so we know which side's which. So remember, the female goes towards the opening with the wing, and the male is going to be on the hatch side. Now we're going to glue the female side down first. So we'll line this up right along that line here, noticing it. I've actually already you kind of press these into the foam itself to kind of give you a good outline. And then I can see it myself, but I promise you'll be able to see it if you do it on your own build. I'm going to show you the best I can here. So you can kind of see right next to that piece is where the outline is. And I'm going to put the glue towards the back of that outline. When I put this down, I'm going to kind of favor it toward, like lean it back into the glue. Kind of roll it onto it. Just make sure it is crucially lined up with that line that we drew, where the top of it is sitting like that. Once again, this is the airfoil side, this is the hatch. I'm even going to smear this glue in here. And once I know that it's in the right spot, I'm going to take some glue on the outside of each of the piece. And from there I can kind of smear it away. And while that's drying, I'm going to go ahead and take the male end. I'm going to rest it to where when this sits, it's not going to be like this. It's going to be up as high as it can. Now, it'll still work if it's down here or if it's anywhere within this box. However, the best results and the cleanest finish is going to be resting on it exactly like that. Even if it's left or right or up or down for your perspective, it's fine. Just as long as it's touching the top of the wood is for the best results. So, same thing again. I'm going to put some glue in that outline. Just make sure you don't want to get any glue on the actual line that we drew out before. Roll it on. So you can see just like that is exactly what you want. So again, this is the hatch side, and this is the airframe side towards the airfoil. Once again, strengthen it back up with some more squeegee glue. Now while that's drying, we're going to go ahead and do the same exact thing on the other side. Can't stress enough, the female goes towards the airfoil and the airframe side, and the male goes on the actual hatch side. Next step for this number 8 molded piece is going to be to install these formers. We're first going to take the G formers and glue them together. With that glue, we're going to focus on the I former now. Now the way we're going to glue this down is kind of watching this center line with the centerfold. We're going to use it as a reference here. And just kind of wrap this around the I former while it's on that center line. Just making a good impression on it. Now here's the thing about this molded piece is we don't want it actually all the way flat on the table like this. We want it lifted just a little bit. And I'm going to recommend we actually do this by eye. So you can see here, just from doing it on the table like that, we have a pretty good reference here of where it lines up when it's flat against the foam board, or flat against the table. We'll actually go ahead and glue this. What I'm going to do is actually put it just off of the back of this, and then constantly watch that line to where I know that it's going to sit just off the foam. And I'm really talking like a millimeter. It's just going to ensure that this molded piece lines up exactly with the back of the piece in front of it, or the number 9 molded piece. Just kind of watching here, giving a reference for you. Hold on one second. So kind of something a little bit like that, where it's not totally on the edge. You see here now that we have 2 lines, and that's what I'm kind of going for. Now first I'm going to tack it in the middle. Just a little bit of glue there. Just so I know that this piece is going to be in the center the whole time. I'm kind of watching from back here, really. That center line is marked with it. And I'm back off the edge by about a millimeter. And just hold this till it's dry. Now when it comes to gluing this down once it's dry, you could do this one side at a time, but sometimes I feel like that puts a lot of pressure on that glue joint we just made. So I'm going to go ahead and actually do both sides at once here. Just being mindful to always make sure it's pressed against the former. That way it doesn't put any equal stress or want to open up this from popping off and making everything all messy. Obviously that black lines that I have there are references of where the former basically stops. So I'm just going to put glue all along here, as far as it'll let me. So what we do, what we practice. Bring this up. And once again, just like the K former, we want to make sure some glue globs aren't on this piece. Now this one's okay to kind of smear. We really just don't want them here because they'll affect the fit and finish when it comes to putting this against the K former. Let's kind of squeeze this together down here while it's drying with my hand over here. Now that's dry, we can go ahead and take our G-former. We're going to do basically the same exact thing where we put this on the inside here. This one doesn't matter if it's off by millimeter or whatever, like I was saying before. It's just going to simply go on the center dash line of this kit, or of this piece. Once I know it's all good, I'm going to put glue all along the inside of this piece here. Now once this is dry, this piece is basically done. The next step is going to be to glue it onto the fuselage box. Now if anyone's curious though, the way that the hatch is going to work down the road is we're eventually going to connect the dots with these dashes and then cut this open, keeping in mind that we have the wooden pieces behind it, which we're going to have to run into. But this is why it is so crucial to align these in the proper location, because when we actually go ahead and cut this, we'll make sure that when we cut it, our hatch is going to come off cleanly. So I'm at the point now where if you happen to put these on the wrong way, or you had some trouble, or they're just simply not on there correctly like this at the moment, as you see, go ahead and take them off and re-glue them, as this is why it's so important to have them in the right location. Just make sure that what you see in the video right here is what you should see on your build at the moment. Okay, now that that's all good, looking at this piece is we're actually going to kind of rest it over the build. We're going to see how this fits here against this molded piece. This is all looking pretty good for me. So what I'm going to do is watch those beveled edges here. So I'm going to get some pieces of tape ready. In fact, all of them along the space where the former is going to be. Piece of tape here. One for sure in the middle. Another mirrored one over here. And we're going to put this piece back. And we're going to line up the center marks with the center marks of the 9 and 8 molded pieces. And then tape those together. And then make sure that these along the side are also connected. So it's going to sit like that, and I'm going to tape it down like so. Because basically the way you tape it up here is how this is going to sit once it's all finished. So bring this down, make sure this all aligns. And bam, tape that down as well. Everything aligns over here as well. And then what we're going to do, the big test here is going to be when we wrap this around, we should see that these molded pieces should meet up in the center. Now we can kind of take a little bit of breathing room, because this former up here is designed to have a little bit of play in it for you. So that way, and also these dashes on the side here should line up with flush with this number H former here. So you're going to make sure this is actually, and don't worry about if these are not lined up, as you see that there's a slight disconnect between the face of this former and this one. That is totally fine, do not worry about that. We just want to make sure that when we glue this down, this dash mark goes at the top of this former, as that should make it so when you glue this around and wrap this piece around, it should line up with the center of this molded piece, which is exactly what we see here. The nice thing too with these kind of molds and these gluing jobs is that you can kind of, I'm kind of stretching the piece a little bit, pulling it so that way it kind of compresses into it, which gives you a little bit more wiggle room for gluing this down. This side looks perfect to me. That one looks good, and I'm going to test the other side as well. Just kind of see how it sits when I roll it over. And that one looks just about perfect as well. So, even a little more, so it's all perfect. Now I'm going to do this in stages, where I'm going to glue down this side first. I'm going to put glue basically only from about here up to as far as I can, and then also in this area as much as I can. Now when we actually go ahead and open our hatch later, we can always put glue right beneath this dash mark where my finger is currently sitting. So don't worry about getting it all the way up to make this sit flush, as when we do it late, when we cut this hatch off, it's going to be way easier to fix it later. Okay, now I'm going to take some glue, go up as far as I can, as far as I can over here. Even let gravity kind of do the work for you. So you're just like that. Just going to use the table as my friend here. One thing too I will say is I'd rather have this molded piece stretch around the bottom and be too long than be too short and not connect. It should be designed perfectly, not to toot my own horn, but assuming that you built it a little bit different or something didn't work out for you earlier in the build, I would rather have it sit longer than shorter. And once again, I'm checking to make sure that this dash mark lines up with this H former. That is crucial here. Just hold this section until it dries. Once that's dry, I'll go ahead and try and bring this top part down here. And just go right to the middle of that former. And glue this one all the way down. Just get the glue that you get the glue in the most locations you can, but no worries if you can't get it all. And this one's going to kind of wiggle on you, but just keep it in the right spot while it dries and everything will be good. Once the side is glued down, I want to prepare for the future here and put a piece of tape just about as long as this. Put it roughly on this piece like so, but not all the way down. I'm going to keep it kind of folded in half like this, just so it makes it easier to glue down later. On the flip side, we're going to go ahead and do the same thing, except when we get to the one point, we're going to glue these together, but we'll get to that when we get there. Okay, so now when it comes to gluing down and connecting this middle section, there's one tip that I want to give you because it's so thin back here that putting glue down here is just simply unnecessary. So we're going to simply also put glue, like we did on the other side, right in this area. We're also only going to put glue on the side with tape, just to right about here, and that's about all we need. We're eventually going to take some glue and try to put it back up underneath this to kind of smear it and connect these two pieces to make a strong joint back here. But that's a later problem. So to do this, I'm going to put glue as much as I can in that area. And then just a little bit using gravity to kind of keep it on the piece here. Only about an inch or two back to connect these pieces. Roll this together. Go ahead and connect these. Make sure that they're both aligned. Perfect. Tape giving us an extra hand, we can take the squeegees to the next level. And then while that's drying, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here. So you see we have the thin parts back here. Just putting glue over that seam line back there. There's kind of a lot of glue here, so I'm going to use my squeegee. Just connect them. So now, that area will be super clean, yet as strong as it can be for how thin it is. And for future problems, I'm going to take this back slightly, so we can glue on the next piece easier. Now with that being said, let's go ahead and move on to the next molded pieces underneath the engine. Okay, so for the molded pieces we're going to prepare for the Hurricane underneath the engine is going to be the number 3, 4, 6, and 7 molded pieces that we're going to use to go underneath the engine. So to start out, there is technically a front and a back to these, only because the lasers cut through on the back side here, whereas you'll notice that with the center lines, there's a very clean cut dash, and on the back side it's a little more open. It's okay if you use either side, but I just like to always take it off on the less clean looking side, so that way the end of the build looks better, all said and done. So I'm going to take off the paper on the back side of all these. Now the first step before preparing these is going to be to bevel the back sides of some of them. This will just make it a cleaner finish in the end, and it's really some like high corner sections. So for this piece, the 7 molded piece, the back side is going to be the piece with these little tabs that stick out. So I'm not even going to I'm going to imagine I'm beveling basically this section. And once I get to the start of the big curve, you do the absolute slightest bevel all the way across. And then get to the other side and kind of mirror it. And that's all it needs for this piece. That little difference will make the paper line up with the previous number 8 molded piece a lot better. The next molded piece, kind of the same deal. Just start a little bit of a bevel here. And then once this curve starts picking up, we're going to get into it a little more, but nothing too crazy. Next piece, as we keep going closer to the front of the cowling here, we're going to start doing more and more bevels. But even with this piece here, I'm going to do the slight bevel on the straighter part. Once the curve gets going, just do a little bit more. These are very shallow bevels all around. That is all these pieces need. And for the last one, same deal, we're going to do a bevel mostly all the way around it. It's going to be the most angled bevel here. That should be all these pieces need. If not, we can always go back later and adjust them. Next thing to do is to mold them all. And the one thing I will say for molding these kind of pieces like this, even generally with most foam board plane pieces, most of the time, this is very subjective, so don't take this as like one size fits all. But if it has a straighter edge, then it basically means that like at least this section doesn't need to be molded that much, whereas this section that has a tighter curve needs a little bit more of a curve in the piece. That's generally what it means. But of course we need to mold the whole thing. It's just you want to spend most of your attention on the tight corners and curves of the outside of the edge. So for this piece I'm going to go ahead and mold it. See, that's all that piece needs. Just like so. Just enough. And we're going to do the same thing for all the pieces going forward. So now all the pieces are prepared. We'll go ahead and move the first 3 out of the way. We focus on this last piece. We're going to bring this over, and we're just going to align this up with the center line of the last 2 pieces. And we're going to kind of tack this in place and glue this all down. Now as you can see here, when I rest this down without any adjustment, in other words, this is pretty far off the former here, it doesn't necessarily line up with this dash. We want this tab to line up with that dash. So I'm honestly kind of going to go, and depending on how well yours fits, because every build is different, I'm using my nail to kind of crush the backside of this foam. Make it a little bit easier on myself, so that way I know that is going to line up. Now you might be wondering, why didn't I just make this piece longer or make the former skinnier? Every build is slightly different. And this is one of the areas where, for the benefit of how easy it is to glue these pieces together, this piece could have some variability from that. Just want to make sure that everyone could do this by themselves. Still noticing some stuff, so I'm just going to keep squishing it down. Now I bring this here. Should line up a little bit better. Perfect. That side's good. I gotta check the other side. That side looks perfect as well. So now here what I'm gonna do, just kind of tack the center of these in place once again. Once that's dry, I'm gonna go to one side. Just test how it fits again. A little short, gotta kind of squeeze it on there. When I squeeze it, it goes right to the right spot. We'll go ahead and glue this all down in one go. Once again, don't be light on the glue here just because we know that we need a little bit more nose weight. Go ahead and do the same thing to the other side. Once that's done drying, we're going to basically do the same exact thing to the next three pieces going forward. So once again, it can help to have a little bit of tape here. So I'm going to take some tape to make sure I'm in the center. When I glue this down, I'm going to glue it on the center line, like so. And also make sure that it marks up at the center line here. Now with this piece specifically, I'm going to go ahead and put glue actually on the A-former to about there. And also on that number 7 molded piece to about that area. And that's what that area is. Bring this over. It's already centered up for me with the tape. Just gonna watch the front of it. Just hold that until that section dries. Once that's dry, I'm just gonna pick a side and do the same exact thing. Just getting just as much glue as I can along that wall there. Also on this A-former and B-former. Once again, tape can help you out here. But I'm just going to hold it. Should line up perfectly with that piece. And just hold this until it's done drying. Go ahead and do the same thing on the other side when you're finished. Next up is going to be the same exact process with the number 4 molded piece. So we'll see how our beveling was. Looks like I need a little bit more here. So on the number 4 piece, just about where it starts to get a little more curved, I'm going to start to take off a little bit more paper. A little more foam than I thought. Just like that. You want some foam there, of course, because you want to be able to have something to have the glue hold on to. That looks about perfect to me. I'm going to use a piece of tape for this, where I use it to make sure everything's all centered. Putting the tape on, watching that center line. Do a small test fit to see how it folds up. I'm going to do just to where I feel comfortable here. So I feel like the piece wants to give out past this point, so I'm going to just hold it up to about here with glue. When I glue this, I'm just going to put glue in these areas. It helps to kind of put them behind the piece and then slide this piece forward. Okay, now for the last molded piece here, the number 3 piece, we're going to do the exact same process. This time there's just no former to help us out. Do a little test fit. All the beveling seems to be the right lengths. Just going to see, tape this down to that center line there. Just kind of see how it wraps around. There's no form like that. It can be a little finicky. So I recommend doing it in small portions and just making your way around the piece. So when I glue this, I'm just going to glue it just to about there, honestly. Let gravity help me with the glue dripping. Bam, and then just hold that like that until it dries. Once that part's glued and dried, just go ahead and finish off the top sections. You do one at a time or both. I recommend one at a time if you're a less experienced builder. With those molded pieces now on there, we're going to go ahead and move on to the engine exhausts of the real Hurricane. That's going to be the next step for this build. Okay, so for the engine exhaust pieces, these are going to be all the pieces we need here. It's going to be the main actual exhaust on the outside, and the interior piece. Now, it's going to be mirrored in the same exact process for each side. So I'm going to show you how to do only the one side, then you can go ahead and do the other side separately. So the first one I want to do, just to be safe, is take some tape actually, one for each piece. So we need 3 pieces. And we're just going to put this, in this case, on the back side of the one, right on the front of this engine exhaust, so that when we fold this over, the paper does not split. That's the whole idea behind this. Go ahead and do that on each piece. We can set this little main interior piece aside for now. We're going to focus on each one of these, and it's going to be the same exact process for each piece. So we're going to take off the paper in these 2 areas, and we're actually going to crack this open. We're going to put a slight bevel. Honestly, less is more. Just enough, and finish it throughout there. Also, you're probably going to even do just about that much of a bevel. Now, if you want to get really technical in scale, this number 1 former, the piece should be very flat. So actually, I'm going to go ahead and do what I'm saying here. So I'm going to put actually a larger bevel on the. This is if you want to be super scale. You could put a stronger bevel on the number 1 piece. And then as we go back to the 3rd piece, we're going to put less of a bevel. Now the reason for this is simply that on the real Hurricane, as the exhaust goes back, it goes from more of a kind of a C shape more back to a full circle, just by the way that the exhausts stack on top of each other. That's just if you want to be scale. That's simply what I meant by we could do that. And for the 2nd piece, if I'm doing that, I'm going to do somewhere in the middle. And for the 3rd, I'm going to do the shallowest bevel. Let's remove the paper. Now the way this is going to work here is we're going to fold this back onto itself, and we're going to try and align this edge with this box here that has the paper on it. So when I glue this, I'm going to put glue along the middle hinge, and also just on this area, favoring that hinge line, because the glue is going to smear a lot and go back towards my thumb here, my thumb right here. So as I go ahead and glue this down, there's a lot of glue spillage. That's totally okay. You can almost take like a ruler or something and hold this down flat. Now we're going to want to get rid of that glue. That's a lot. You can either use a squeegee or your finger. Just be careful if it's your finger, of course. Even if you can't get it all out, that's totally fine. Just wait for this to dry. Get some of the smeared glue on the edges here. We're going to do the same exact thing for the rest of the pieces. So now these are all done drying. I'll be honest, I think I made a mistake, as in if you want to be the super scale, I think it's reversed, where you should do the heaviest bevel on the number 3 and the lightest bevel on the number 1. But I'll make sure to have a note for that in the beginning, just saying that I swapped it. So now, last thing we're going to do with these pieces is take our knife and we're going to kind of take away a lot of the foam here. Now be careful because there's some glue and it might slip on you. But that's what we want to see, so it gives a nice exhaust shape from the side. Just go down the list here of all of the other ones. Kind of use the paper as a guide for where your knife should go. Once it's all done, go ahead and start with the number 1 piece. You can take off this paper too if you want, or the tape. So all we simply have to do here is just glue these to the number 1 slot. And when we do this, sometimes every piece is different, so we're going to make sure that we have part of where my index finger is touching is going to be below, and not like this. It's going to be against the back of this here. So some glue down. Now we can just go down the list, taking the second one, putting it on here. Go ahead and put the last one on. From there, our exhaust is done. We can go ahead and do the same exact thing for the other pieces, and then we're going to go ahead and install it on the airframe. To glue these engine exhausts on, all we're going to do is simply find the gap that they sit in here, which is going to be taking each sides accordingly. The number should face up in this case. It's going to slide in and sit just like this. Now where I like to put glue, just to make sure I don't obstruct anything, is all on this piece where it's recessed here from this perspective. So everywhere my finger is touching currently. I'm going to put some drops of glue favoring the foam here, not towards the outside of the paper, just so it doesn't go on the outside of the plane. Right here, here, and around here, just to make sure that these engine stacks stay in place as well. Go ahead and do that for you. And just a couple of light drops, really. Just go ahead and place that down. Hold that until it's dry. Go do the same thing for the other side. Now we're going to go ahead and get our molded pieces for our finishing off our hatch and ultimately completing the nose of this airplane. To finish off our nose section, we're going to need these pieces seen here. This is going to be our number 1, 2, and 5 molded pieces, along with these pieces right here, which is going to be for the formers, along with our popsicle stick that comes in the kit. So these are all going to be ways that will finish off our hatch, along with just finishing off the nose molded pieces in general. So now the first thing we're going to do is prepare them all by just simply prepping them for when we actually go to glue them down. So we'll first start off with the molded pieces. I'm going to peel the paper off on the back side of all of them. And then from here, we're going to have to bevel the back side of the 2 and 5 molded pieces. I'm sorry, not the back side. It's going to be the outside edges here. Now we might have to come back at these later with some more beveling, but just as a good general sense, we're going to need to do a rather heavier bevel. Just about that much. This is going to allow the paper to sit flush with the engine exhausts. We'll do the same exact thing, maybe even just a little bit less than that on the second molded piece. Okay, we'll set these aside. Nice thing with the number 1 molded piece is it's already done. We don't need to bevel it at all. And then bring over our formers. Make sure we have all these gaps opened up. And then we're actually not going to glue these C and D formers together because one of them is going to connect onto the hatch itself where we take off the plane. The other one is going to be for alignment purposes of the hatch itself. So what first I'm going to do is we're going to take this triangular or trapezoidal piece with a little tab on it, and I'm going to put it face down and then put this like so. You notice it might be a little bit sloppy. That's because the popsicle stick is going to have to slide in on the bottom of it. That's by design. So we're going to favor putting this trapezoid piece towards the top of the former. Just like that. Now you could use a right triangle for this, but I think that's unnecessary for how tiny this piece is. And I promise it doesn't affect the build if it's too far off from being 90 degrees. So I put glue not on the tab, just so I'm glued to my table here. Just be careful because this piece might want to twist this way and even a little bit this way as well. So I'm kind of making sure my fingers, where they're touching, align with the top of the former. In this case they do. I'm just kind of making sure there actually is a gap here at the bottom for this popsicle stick that we're soon going to add. Okay, now once this is dry, we're going to take our popsicle stick, and we're going to push it through that gap, and it'll sit just like this, coming out of that former. And then what we're going to do also is we're going to bring this down to the table, like so. Bring the C former right up to it. Now you notice the C and D former are different sizes, but the holes for that popsicle stick should align here. So make sure that the alignment for the center marks are lined up with these pieces. And I'm going to blindly find the gap with the popsicle stick, and then I'm going to push it through to push through the C former, all while keeping the C former flat on the table. So from here, all we're going to do is we're going to measure simply just to where we see the popsicle stick out by about 1/4 inch, if that. I'll give you an exact measurement here. If we have this popsicle stick too long, then it's going to become a hindrance when we try to take the hatch off. So we're going to cut this at about at 44 millimeters to be exact, or 1 3/4 inches. So, and now you could do this either 2 ways. You could take your knife and keep going over this and stuff, or take a literal saw, or I don't like to do this, but I use wire cutters where I can just cut it. Any method to get it down to 1 3/4 inch or 44 millimeters, it's going to be just fine. I'm going to come back. We're also going to glue this on here, just like that. I'm just going to put some glue in the middle here. It's more than enough. When I put this in, the glue is going to cool down the glue really quickly. So I'm putting it in the hole first, and then I'm sliding it, and then I'm going to drop it down on top of the glue So that way I know not going to run into any trouble with the glue. Once that's done drying, I'm going to put the C-former back on just for keeping it in a good spot. Set this to the side. We're going to go back and truly prepare the molded pieces by curving them and molding them. Just do a nice good curve on all the pieces everywhere on the piece. Now that we have all the pieces prepped, we're going to go ahead and take the formers and the D trapezoid piece back over, along with our number 5 molded piece. I'm actually going to take away the C-former for this. And when we go ahead and glue this, we're going to do it in a way that actually makes it easier to make the hatch in the end. What I mean by this is when we put this deformer on, we're not going to put it all the way just to the edge. This is going to actually make it easier for us to make sure we don't glue down the hatch to the C-former in the future with the gluing process. So this is one of those things that might be hard to understand now, but as the designer, just trust me on this one. So yeah, I'm putting it slightly back. Go ahead and put glue along the inside of this former, or of this piece. I'm also going to put just a little bit of glue on the top of this trapezoid walls, like so. Just watch your center lines. Now if you do have any really big glue globs here, this is going to be important to want to get those away now, just because it'll make it easier for the C-former to line up next to the D-former. Another reason why we're also going to put the D-former back a little bit, because if you think about it, this popsicle stick is in the front of the hatch, whereas if we try to take this piece off and then have this former be too far forward, the former is going to hit this molded piece that's soon to be on the number C-former, or the C-former, and get in the way. So we glue this D-former back a little bit, so when we take off the hatch, no molded pieces are affected or hit by formers coming up out of it like this. So I know that there's a popsicle stick, but it's just one of those things that makes it easier in the end. Okay, now once we have this made, we'll bring back over our fuselage box. And the way we're going to glue this is not all the way across in case we accidentally glue our hatch completely down. So we're going to line this up in the middle of this molded piece here. And I see that that's lined up right there. And we're just going to put glue basically to where my fingers are sitting right now, and that's about it. Along with some glue on this C-former. Actually, no, hold off on that. We're going to put glue just on this former to connect the hatch pieces together. And then when we're actually ready to go ahead and finish our hatch and finish our airframe and actually open up our hatch later in the future, we're then going to be able to glue these little sides down rather than risk gluing them down here and then gluing our hatch totally closed. I'd hate to have you build this whole plane and not be able to open your hatch like that. So what I'm going to do here is just put a little bit of glue on the top here. If you want to have some tape ready to hold this down, that's another beneficial thing you can do for yourself in this build. But I like to just kind of watch it. Make sure that center line is also on the center line here. And that way I just know it's all centered. I'm also slightly watching to make sure that these engine exhausts and the C-former kind of line up. If I notice that it's really far over to this side or that side, I'm going to kind of adjust it with my fingers of this hand. Once that's glued, we're going to go ahead and glue this C-former in place. And all we're going to do this is by simply taking some glue and putting it along the back side here of the C-former. Remember thinking that that's not enough? You're right, but with the support that it gets from the number 2 molded piece, it's going to be more than enough to stay strong enough for the whole build. And the reason we do it this way and not putting glue underneath it when we glue down the other piece is there's any glue that comes over and glues your number or your deformer down and keeps you from opening the hatch. And eventually, give a little slight preview. Our number 2 molded piece is going to sit right about here. And we're actually going to go, this is going to be an important step, we're going to put this number 2 molded piece, the paper is going to go underneath this number 5 molded piece. This is important because in the end, ultimately we're going to be taking off our hatch over and over. We don't want to have this paper above it. And even though you would still probably be able to open the hatch if you put this paper above it, after a while it would just look messy and not clean. Whereas putting it underneath the paper of the number 5 molded piece will make a cleaner build in the long run. Now, as you can see, for my build specifically, it's kind of resting like that. What I'm going to do is go ahead and take tape, put it on this spot right where I want it to sit, and I'm going to hold these sides down. Now I'm going to make sure it's flush. I'm just making a little tiny pencil mark with my pencil there on each of the engine stacks, just so I can know where to put glue down. Now the way we're going to glue this is we're actually going to, when this is all closed up and all the paper is chamfered or underneath the number 5 molded piece, we're going to actually take some glue. Make sure to not glue your popsicle stick down. We're going to drop some glue in here and smear it along the back side of this piece of the C former to the 2 molded piece. That way we don't have to worry about gluing our hatch together. Whereas if we try to put glue on top of this former right here, right now, it's going to possibly squeegee back into the number 5 molded piece in the deformer, keeping the hatch glued down. So now that I have those reference marks, go ahead and put glue along the outside. We're just going to focus on the middle section first, let it all dry. And just keep it pressed. Once that's dry, we're going to go ahead and flip the plane over. We're going to use gravity as our friend here. I recommend kind of having a scrap piece of foam that is more of a longer, thinner piece so you can get into reach this area. I'm just going to kind of drizzle some glue, kind of stay away from that popsicle stick. That's good enough for right now. And from there, I'm just kind of working the glue in. No one's going to see this, so don't worry about it. Just make sure to keep glue away from that popsicle stick. We're going to go ahead and let that dry, and that'll be our hatch. Okay, so for the next thing we're going to do is going to grab a molded piece here. And now, I trust this enough to where I'm going to do this without testing it. But what you could do is we're going to glue this to the top here, make sure it's centered. And we're going to slowly work it around this piece to see how it lines up with the center mark. So now, to do this, I'll take some tape and mark it with the center. Just kind of hover it there. So now the key with this piece when we go to glue it is it's kind of just gluing the most you're comfortable with. Whereas if I hold these down at the same time, I feel pretty comfortable holding that position for a good time. I'm going to wait for the glue to dry, as I only put glue pretty much on that second molded piece. I'm not going to put glue down here yet. I'm just going to first glue this like so to this piece. I'm going to go ahead and do this all in one go because I think it'd be the easiest actually. So we'll put glue. Kind of remember, gravity is your friend here. You can use it to help the glue go where you want it and also prevent it from going where you don't want it to go. I know it's centered from the piece of tape holding it on. Rest it down, flip it over, and then I'm just going to hold it. Now you could use tape to hold this down as well, but I like to use my fingers just because that way I know it's in the right spot as it dries the whole time. Once I know that it's in the right spot, then I can go ahead and take a piece of tape and put it on those sections, just in the corners here. Now from here I'm just going to pick a side. In this case I'm going to go this side. I'm just going to kind of see as I use this by feel, where if I try to curve all of it, I see it wants to give out around my thumb area. So I'm going to only put glue around to where my finger's at right now, and then come back later with some glue to finish off the rest of the piece. So, to do that I'm just going to try and use gravity here. Helps to do this standing up, so I'm kind of, it's not a hard thing to glue, it's just hard for the camera. But I'll show you how I put it on. It's just like that, and only to about my finger. And then once again, you could use tape here, but I just like to hold it to make sure I know it's in the right spot. I'm just going to keep holding that until it dries once again. See, the difference between having a piece of tape on it is that sometimes tape will keep the paper to paper together, but sometimes I like to have the molded piece the right shape for where it's going next. Because if I just were to tape this down, the bottom part here is going to flare out, whereas I know that for the next piece, or the next gluing section here, it's going to curve up, so it makes it the right shape in the end. So from there, I'm going to wrap this around. And you can see that I'm technically just going right up to that center mark, if not just a little bit over it. That's totally fine if you go a little bit over it. There's a technique I'm going to show you here in the future if you really have. I think this side is going to run a little long based off of my visuals, but I'll show you how to fix that when we get there. But in the meantime, I'm just going to use gravity to get as much glue as I can in that area. And just make sure you hold this not upside down, or else the glue will drizzle out. But just hold it in a way that the glue is going to sit. Now this molded piece, I don't know if you can kind of see from my fingers there, it actually doesn't curve like as if it's going back to a sphere, as in it kind of curves inward, or curves from the cowling area by my fingers right here, and it bends outward by my pointer finger. Now that is like the real Hurricane has, so that's why I included this here. But just pay attention that that's how it should look, and it shouldn't be bowing inward. And we're going to do the same thing for the other side. Whereas I'm only going to glue it as far as I want to here, as far as I can. Just prior to my thumb there. Just hold that until it's dry. One thing I will say here from this piece, you notice that this is going to be the hardest part to glue. Now, even my piece here is running just a slight bit long. Now, you can take away, but you can't add here. So what I'm going to do is, in case your build comes out like this, because the problem is there's so much variability when you glue down this second molded piece that if you glue it too tight or too far away, it's going to drastically affect the length of this piece. So I decided to leave it a little long in case anyone were to run into that problem. So all I'm going to do here is I'm noticing that it's just a little bit off. I'm going to take a ruler or a straight edge and just shave off a little bit. I'm not even cutting first. I'm just simply tracing the paper and going deeper and deeper after each cut. Now this is honestly the key to making a molded plane look nice if your piece don't look right. If you can learn the art of trimming that end of the molded piece like that to match up perfectly, it's going to make all your builds come out so clean. Now, assuming that the design should be good enough for it, but sometimes they're just those cases that you have to do it like this. You see now, if I bring this together, it's going to squeeze together, and that's going to be perfect. So, better if I can move my thumb out of the way, but once we squeeze this together, it's going to be worth it. Now for this one, we are going to have tape on it. Doesn't matter which side here. And then when I glue this, I'm going to put glue on the already glued side, and then also, of course, on the rest of this area to glue down this piece. So I'll show you what that looks like after I glue it here. Once again, just use gravity. No right or wrong way to do it. So you can see just like that. And just remember that practice. I mean, this might drizzle out on you, that's fine. Just watch your fingers for some hot glue. And on the back side, I usually like to smear that glue just to get all the pieces connected and stuff. One thing you can kind of do in these last final stages is if you're really planning on adding the spinner and making your build scale, you can kind of hold this to dry in more of a circular shape. It kind of just depends on how you build how you build the pieces beforehand. So the closer you can get this to a circle shape, the more scale it'll be. Now once we're done with the nose here, I'm going to go ahead and take off all the tape in this area. I'm going to leave the bottom one on here from when we glue the wings on, only in case this were to split apart again. But I'm going to take apart everything else on this airframe, making sure to keep a good remembrance or a good memory of where the paper is over the other ones, so that way I don't peel off the paper or anything. Like I know that when I get to here, I know that this piece is over this piece, so I gotta go back over and take my knife blade for a little extra help just to get started, then come back over to not peel up any paper. And even these pieces here, I'm going to go ahead and take these off as well. The next step of this build is going to be to install our servos for the tail section. Now they're going to go right in this fuselage box, right in the middle there in those back two slots. Now to do that, we're first going to put the fuselage box off to the side. We're going to prepare our servos by making sure that they're centered and have opposing control horns on each side, like this, mirrored. And then we're going to have our two 23-inch push rods at the ready, just for when we go install those later. And then we're going to have our 5 push rods. And we're going to straight up take one of these, doesn't matter which one, and just cut it roughly in half, either with scissors or a knife. And now we're going to have 2 sets of 2, and with that one on each side like this. And we're going to take some packaging tape and cut about just under an inch long strip, and then roll this together like so. I'm going to put them on kind of like this, and then just keep rolling them into that tape. It looks something like that. And then we're going to take the cut end and do the same exact thing with that. This is going to be one of our push rod, what's it called? Push rod coffee stir alignment tubes on the one side of our plane. So we're going to do the same thing to the other coffee stirs. One thing I will say is, depending on your packaging tape, it might not stick honestly at some point. So I'm going to do an extra security of putting a piece of blue tape around it, just so I know that it's going to stick together here. Just for that extra sense of security of knowing that it's not going to become unaligned in the airframe. From here, we're going to go ahead and take our push rods and grab our pliers. We're going to do 2 modified Z-bends, each mirrored. What I mean by mirrored is having them both opposing like that. And then what I'm going to do here is bring over our fuselage box and take the push rods. I'm going to actually stick in the section that's shorter first. Actually, what I'm going to do is bring over a barbecue skewer and open up these holes in the back, just so I know that a coffee stirrer can stick through it. There's one on each side. Just going to slightly see how this fits. Do the same thing with the other side. And notice back here, we're honestly going to want to leave about that much of push rod outside of the box there. Now, we're actually going to glue these down, but I will just say, be careful because too much heat can actually melt the coffee stirrer. So I'm just going to put a little dab of glue. Honestly, wait for it to cool down just a little bit, and then go ahead and put the coffee stirrer on top of it and spin it, so that way I know it's going to cool faster than normal. So I'm just waiting a little bit. Bam. Bring it away from the heat, maybe. Move it. That way I know I'm not going to melt the coffee stirrer. This is all we really need to keep this all in place. It's not too structural or important to keep this coffee stirrer stuck, but it just doesn't let itself move around later in the build. Same thing on the other side. Once we know that these are installed and glued in properly, it's okay if they're not totally aligned perfectly in the back. It's just as long as they're generally in the middle is what we need to see. But from there, we're going to take our servos and we're going to put them in a plane. Now, depending on which way that you actually went ahead and glued in or modified your Z-bends, we're going to do a little dummy setup where put one side in, and at the wall. We basically want to make sure that our push rods, our modified Z-bends, are sticking up and not down. So in this case, I know that this push rod is going to stick on this one from underneath, like so. Use some pliers to help me out. Hold on. I'm going to put this in. It's going to sit on this side in that slot. I'll put this on this side of the plane just so I know that. And because we mirrored them, it's going to be the exact same for the other side. I'll put this in the bottom here. It's going to sit in that gap. Now to put these in, we're going to have to slide the push rod in first. So I'm looking, this is going to be, in this case, my right side. Just feed the gap and then push this back. Right now it's going through that coffee stirrer. When we get to here, I'm going to feed this wire through the hole. You kind of have to do some balancing, or even use some pliers to grab the wire end, just to pull it through that gap. And we're going to have to put some glue down here first, so I don't want to glue it down just yet. I just want to have that ready for when we go to glue it. The same thing over here. Go ahead and choose the back servo to glue down first. So now this wire is going to be the one I'm going to use. I'm simply just going to put some drops of glue, the best I can, along each side of each of the servos. See there? Put this down. And kind of squeeze the servo into the spot. Eventually I'm going to go back over it with the glue and really hold these servos down in place. While that's drying, I'm going to do the same thing to the other side. Okay, so make sure when you glue these servos in, you're going to have both of them facing the same direction, as in both, there's a left and right side or a front and back of the servo where the arm comes out and swings over here and doesn't swing on this side of the servo. Make sure that when you put them the same direction, they both are going to look the same. So, and then to glue it, just put some glue on those ends there and feed that wire back through as we go to glue it down. Once we have our servos glued down, we're going to go ahead and take some tape, just so once again the wires won't get in the way for us when we attach our wings. Just a piece like this. You should have good access to this no matter what, but I'm going to put this along the side wall right here. Just put some tape. And that is going to be good enough for what we're doing here. With all of that done, we're now going to go ahead and work on the tail molded pieces and finishing up our airframe. Okay, so for creating the empennage of your fuselage, we're going to need the number 14, 15, and 16 molded pieces, along with the N and O formers, and the two little doublers that go along with it to add some strength on the seam line between the 14th and 15th piece. So, now the first one we're going to do is set the formers off to the side and prepare the main molded pieces. The easiest one we'll get out of the way is the smallest one on the back, the 16. We're going to peel the paper off on the back side. We're just going to put a slight bevel on this piece, and then as we get to the curvier part, we're going to bevel a little bit more. And level off, and level back into it, and then level off. And we're going to really finish this off by just simply molding the rest of it right now. Once we have that mold, we can set that off to the side. And then we're going to go ahead and actually grab our O and N formers here. And then one thing I know, we're going to glue these together, but one thing to know is that there's a little reference line around the outside of the N former for where the O former should sit. This is because they're actually different size formers, which is going to give you a better looking seam line in the end by the way we glue this all together. But it's going to look something like that. So make sure to line up those marks with each other to make sure that these are all aligned. Once you know that everything's all good, we'll put glue on the O former and not in the spots we're going to put those push rods through. Next thing we're going to do is going to notice these side doublers. We're going to go ahead and glue these on the outside here, one on each side, where they'll just sit like this. They glue it on, all we're going to do is just put some glue, pick a side, and just roughly in the middle, just like that. Same thing for the other side. Now that this is done, we can focus on the main number 14 and 15 molded pieces. These are definitely the main event, you can say, of the back empennage. And the first thing we're going to do is going to have to remove all the paper on these pieces. But I will say there's an important note on the number 14 that you're going to want to take account of, which we're going to account for first. You'll notice that on this piece, there's all these lines on here, but there's only two that have these perpendicular dashed lines in them. We're specifically going to take those lines and open them up with our knife just a little bit more so that we can crack them open. And only this line and the other one on the other side specifically. We're actually going to crack these open. and then glue them back together in a way that'll help us build our plane. So find a straight edge to crack them open on. Just that line. Same thing to the other side. So now we have these two cracked open. Now we're going to go ahead and actually take off all the paper on each piece. It helps with these bigger, the 14 piece, to grab it by this section over here and then pull back, because you don't have to do all these little individual sections. So now we have all the paper off here. Usually for a molded piece like this, we go ahead and glue that center seam line together. But in this case, we're just simply not going to do that because it already is going to have that line there anyway. So we don't have to worry about that. Now, the next thing we're going to do here is take a barbecue skewer, or if you have tweezers or like really thin pliers, it might help a little more for this and be a little more reliable for you. But we're going to take our barbecue skewer. I'll start on this piece here. We're going to go in every single line and just open it up a little bit. Doesn't need to be a lot. Just run the barbecue skewer through it once, and that's all it needs. Now what I recommend is just kind of getting into a groove where when you know, like, you don't want to worry about poking in too far. So poke it in when you know it's not going through the foam board or touching the paper on the other side, and just kind of push your finger over top of it and use this as a reference, so you can just keep going from line to line with speed and with ease, just to get all these done. This is going to help the looks of the piece a lot. We're going to do this to every single line on each piece. Like looking at these pieces, we don't actually even have to mold them because they're just that flexible from the barbecue skewers and the lines. So all I'm going to do is just kind of give this piece some muscle memory and just kind of, this is the number 15 molded piece. Take some tape and just get it all in the right spot and sitting like that while we work on the rest of the molded piece. Or the number 14 molded piece. So I'm going to get it all going. We're kind of just letting that rest like so. Keep some shape as we move on. Now, the next step with this piece is different from this one specifically because the reason why we cut open the one parts right here is that on the real Hurricane, obviously has to account for the cockpit. So the cockpit here, and this piece has to basically curve inward while the back is going to stay flat. Now the way we're going to do this is we're going to put some glue in just the back of this line and just about to that first dash mark back. And we're just going to hold this flat to the table. We'll do both at the same time just to speed up here. So we want the back of that part to stay together as one, whereas the front is going to be kind of inverse. Now, as you can see, when we go to glue this now, the back is going to want to stay curved while the front is going to want to stay inverse. This is, of course, by design. So now what we're going to do is we're bringing the fuselage box back over. We're kind of doing the same thing. We put some glue in that area, except in the front now. Except we're going to hold it on the piece and on this former, and we're going to kind of hold it at roughly the angle that it's going to sit. Just so that way it makes less work for ourselves. Doesn't need to be a whole lot of glue here. So I'm really thinking just a little dash of glue there. You don't put too much to where it's going to stick to that former. Although luckily I think for this case you could put a lot of glue and it's going to be fine. What we're going to do here is I'm going to squeeze the piece together and then let it fall back down, just to make sure that I know I get all those areas. Bring back over the fuselage box. And line up the center mark on the top of this former. And just press and hold this down, just generally, to get the right angle for the molded piece there. Just let this dry. Kind of moving it every once and now and then too, to make sure it's not gluing itself to that former just yet. Now that has given us a good reference here, we're going to go ahead and put glue along some of this along more of the seam here. Go ahead and do both sides, just in the middle. That's all it really needs for support. Take the squeegee here, just work it in a little bit. And we'll look at this now from the top. I'm just kind of going to hold it in that rough shape. Sometimes this likes to bow outward, but I'm making sure it kind of lays straighter. Now that's kind of set in place, that's going to make gluing this piece down a lot easier. So now from here, I'm just going to give a slight mold to each of the ends here. You kind of can follow the lines, and it's really just more of the molding up at the front here. And I'm doing this honestly just by my hands, not even by the table. Makes you really kind of notice all the lines. I like to try and make sure I can see everyone now, because I know when I put it on the build, I'm going to see it later. Don't worry about this little dot here, that's supposed to be there. That's later on when we put on our wing fairings. Same thing over here. Next thing we're going to go ahead and do is actually glue this piece together. So I'm going to use less tape by using the wider tape. You can use a smaller tape here. Honestly, I'm not going to put much, but I'm just going to use this to close up the middle seam. And one thing I will say is we're going to go ahead and glue this together, but if you have a tough time referencing this center line when it's all closed together like this, because you have the center mark on the top of the middle of the piece and the back of the piece, but if it's hard to kind of see that from maybe if you have bad eyes or something, I'm going to recommend you take a Sharpie here, and we're going to kind of just run the marker along here, just so we can use this as a reference to line up on the back of this piece that we're about to glue on. So to glue this piece together is pretty simple. All we're going to do is put some glue on the piece, on that seam there, line these up, and then put the tape over it. Do a little test fit. See, I'm just going to kind of let it dry flat, not to stress it out. Maybe smear off some glue on the inside, save a little weight. Now while this is drying, I just like to take the N and the O former that we glue together and just kind of test fit this. And I like to start from the bottom of the piece to the top, because doing a test fit now will also help us later in the build when we go ahead and slide this, because we're going to take the number 15 molded piece and glue this onto here of the formers, and then slide this into number 14 molded piece. But doing this now just kind of make sure that it ensures a good fit. It can be a little tricky, I'll be honest, but I'm just testing it to make sure it all is going to go work out. It will be a snug fit. That's by design. The thing is now, of course, is as you can see, these corners are definitely tight. That's by design. And we do this simply now because we know that when we go back later, it's going to go together with very much ease. I'd rather have you struggle with it here while you have a lot of room to play with it than when you're trying to attach your tail and everything's not working for you. But these tight tolerances is what makes a great seam line. So, this thing is too, don't worry about trying to pull it back out. Just push it back in with your other arm and pop it out. So I'm here, I'm going to put this form rail back off to the side and bring over our fuselage box. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have to slide this over the push rods. And we're kind of going to glue this in stages. We're first going to glue the main cockpit section along with the top section of this back support piece. I'm kind of just sliding it on here, seeing how it fits. It's going to be tight at the bottom. Now this is where, if you can see, having that center line will help with aligning our number 14 molded piece. I'll say one safety tip I'm going to give you is take two pieces of tape, just like so, and then put them over the ends of the push rods. Because the amount of times that I've almost stabbed my eye is too many to count. Just make sure, that way I'd rather have a piece of tape than a push rod as I'm looking down to make sure everything's all straight. Now, test fitting with these back tail pieces is so important because it allows you to have the molded piece gain a muscle memory for where it's going to be, and it kind of makes it want to go to that spot once it's in the right spot. Kind of rocking it back and forth from top to bottom. One common misconception with this piece is that this is going to not fit right here, but when we glue this down later, we're going to ultimately put some tape over top of this. It's going to bring this up and forward at the same time. So if you're having some trouble there, just know that when we go to glue this, it'll fit for you. Just like that. I'd say tape's going to do a little better job than my fingers, but so once you kind of feel comfortable with how this is going to sit, we're going to go ahead and put this piece on. And the way we're going to do it is first by putting glue along the top former here, and also some inside areas in here. And that is going to be it for each side, and we're going to slide the piece on and get it all aligned properly. That is the key. You want to mainly focus on the top section while constantly looking at the bottom as well. Just kind of notice that it's all centered. And the good reference, I know that we have the center line there. As you can see, mine is just about on center. If it's not totally perfect, that is okay. It's just this is a general estimate of where you want that middle support piece for the back molded piece to be. So stress more about the actual molded piece itself rather than the support right underneath this. Go ahead and carefully take this off. I'm just going to keep it like this. I don't have to take it out that far. And we're going to put more glue on the former part up here and put a little bit right here and here. Nothing too much. Put glue all along here. Start just a little bit just to kind of tack it in. Go ahead and slide this on. Watching that center the whole time. Rocking, remember that the way we did it before. Always watching the center. Bam. Top looks perfect for me. Even the other side looks great. Just keep working it back until I want it the right spot that I want. Perfect. Just there. Once I know that the bottom is all aligned, which it is, I'm going to hold these corners down. That'll give you the best looks of this airframe. Once again, this is going to come up later, so don't worry about that. Our piece has the muscle memory from before. Just hold these two corners down where my pointer and thumb are at. Once that's done, go ahead and flip this around for you, give it a better view. You can either use a large piece of tape for this next step or a lot of smaller ones. But I'm going to take a good piece of tape, and this is going to sit soon to be along this whole area, kind of keeping it in the right spot. Now I'm going to say this now, but I'm going to say this later. Be careful taking this off, because if you're not careful, you're going to rip this paper off and it's going to all come undone. I'm just having this ready for when we go to glue this. I have another one down here that is going to hold the bottom here. Now we're basically just going to kind of get as much glue as we can in this area without getting too messy, and then simply tape this up shut along with some glue in this area here to get along that former. Then we're going to press that down on the side. We're kind of going to let it rest how it wants to though and not press anything that we don't need. But we're first going to tape down the sides. So I'm kind of just using gravity here. I'm literally just letting the glue drip towards the spot. I'll show you where it's hitting here. This one just goes all along the side. I kind of just put it right in that area. I'm watching from this side now. Bringing the bottom together first. Seems to be the hardest part. Taping that. And then bringing the top up and walking it up. Bam. And if I want to, I can come back in and realign this. I think my piece just kind of got a little scrunched. That's really what happened, but while that's drying, I like to take some glue and drop it along that former. Just as much as we can. This is not too structural, honestly. Take a scrap piece if I can get in there and just kind of squeegeeing it in. Now this piece can kind of flex in and outward. I want to go ahead and just kind of let it rest naturally, honestly, because it kind of shows the curves of the pieces a little more. Just some light pressure, honestly. Remember to go ahead and do the same exact thing to the other side. Last thing we're going to do for this molded piece is just kind of drizzle some glue along that bottom support piece, just to get it to stick to this a little bit as best we can. As you can see, if we just put a little bit of glue there, it's going to not wobble up and down. So now I just like to do this by kind of balancing it from above and then dropping it into that area. Make sure to press down on the back. With that done, we can go ahead and put the fuselage to the side for a second. I'm going to bring back over the number 15 molded piece. I'm going to take a barbecue skewer and open up this gap specifically for our push rod to come out of. We're kind of going to put this in at a pretty extreme angle, just so that way the push rod has a better way to get out of here. Just kind of getting rid of all the foam in there. I'm kind of looking back from this perspective, and then just kind of making it easier for that push rod to go in there. From there, we're going to go ahead and take back our N and O formers. We're going to do the same exact thing with the push rod, or the barbecue skewer, and open up these slots for the soon-to-be push rods. Now, the way this is going to go in, of course, is this 15 on the outside represents the 15 molded piece, whereas although it's covered up now, the 14 molded piece touches the N former. So the O is going to be on the inside of this here. Now, the first one to do is obviously open this back up and glue it. I'm going to put just a little bit more tape on it so I know it won't split open later in the build. What I'm kind of just putting a little extra attention to is this back piece, the back part. I'm just kind of pinching this together so it's easier when we go ahead and make it the final shape that it's going to be with the former. We'll soon to add there later on. Okay, from here I'm going to take the former and slot it in. This one might be a little tight as well, but that's also, once again, by design. Just kind of work with it as it lets you. Once I know that this fits pretty good, I'm going to make sure I have everything all aligned with the center marks. I'm going to go ahead and glue this on. Now I'm gonna put glue all around the inside of this, and then just a little dabs on these pieces here when we put it in the piece. So go all the way around. Just like that. Just really make sure that you line up the center marks at the top and bottom. I like to kind of squeeze in these sides where these spots hang out, also flatten the bottom. Once we have this ready back here, we're going to bring back over our fuselage. Now we're going to have to try and feed the gap. Now, when you look down your push rods, one has a left and one has a right. We're going to want to keep those left and right of each other to make these have the best path for giving power to our control surfaces. So now, obviously, we have corresponding holes here. So we'll take off the tape first. So we're going to slot this one up in the higher one. And then feed the bottom one into the bottom. Now the fun game we get to play now is where we try and figure out how to get the top push rod through this gap here. So they're going to get stuck on the coffee stirrers. So just give them a helping hand through there. Keep going. And once they get back far enough, in this case, from this perspective, the right push rod is going to just come out the back in general, whereas the left one is going to come through here. So I'm kind of watching. I'll try and bring a closer view for you. As you can see, I'm trying to kind of feed it through there. The other push rod is kind of going to fight you as you do that. If we can get just the push rod to come through. Sometimes it helps to use, honestly, another coffee stirrer, but we're going to use another coffee stirrer. So I'm going to put this through the hole and then kind of watch on the inside if I can line those up. And I'm going to keep pushing the push rods through. So now, the push rod comes out the top. Just going to have to flex the push rod a little bit to get it to come through, but it will go through now, I promise. Now at this point, once you get this far, the tape that you have on the coffee stirrers will start to challenge you. Just kind of give it a helping hand. Now, of course, the next part is going to be to push on this back tail piece. I'm going to test fit it one more time while it's like this. The problem is the push rods are going to be constantly fighting you the whole time. You have to kind of connect those while you're doing this. I'll align the top molded piece. And focus on the bottom one. This is all easier when we have glue on it. Kind of acts as lubricant. So once you get it on there, notice the gap can be a little bit large sometimes, but you just got to kind of keep working at it. Eventually just remember a way that when you go back to glue this, you're going to hold it until it dries. Then we're going to take some tape and use that to kind of hold the plane's mold seam line down. Looking at that, I'm going to see if I can hold this together. And the top is going to follow. So now with this piece, it's going to become a challenge because you have to kind of do a balancing act here. We're going to put glue the most you can along the inside of this number 14 molded piece. So that way, if you put the glue on this former here, it's going to squeeze out on the outside of your plane. So we don't want that at all. So we're going to want to make sure that when we put this on, it's on the number 14 molded piece. Now, I'm literally going to balance this out. And one tip that I actually learned is kind of sometimes if you just leave the push rods as is, it's going to keep it all in the space and floating, whereas nothing's going to touch the outside walls of that number 14 molded piece. But if you take two pieces of tape, in this case at the front and back, they kind of help stabilize the whole thing. So now I can kind of just use this and it's staying together without being an obstruction for the glue. Once again, just get as much glue as you can. I'm going to remove the tape. Use this back piece to kind of give myself more leverage here with gluing this piece on. sure that bottom seam line is lined up perfectly. Tape is my friend here. Just kind of using this. Sometimes you gotta use all the help you can here. Now we have the back number 15 motor piece on there. We're going to go ahead and glue in the P former, which is going to slide in the back here. This one of those pieces also is kind of a tight fit. What I'm going to do first is going to take the P former and we're going to open it up with a barbecue skewer. Just that one gap. The way we're going to put this on here is when we put this on, we're going to want to see the P from the outside and not put it in the plane itself. So I'm going to actually even squeeze these corners here a little bit, because this really is going to be a tight fit. It's by design that way. It's a little challenging with that push rod constantly fighting us, but we gotta do what we gotta do. So as you can see here, for general reference, I still have some wiggle room down at the bottom of this here. It really is going to be a tight fit, but that's totally by design because I really want to make these corners as sharp as I can. But at some point, foam board is just going to give out. And honestly, this molded piece area is not the most important. So the best shape we can get it is what we're going to get. It's just going to help make these as much of a corner as we can. Like that, the molded piece of corner. Really just pressing this in. Kind of watching my alignment. It's like I'm almost there. I'm kind of rotating and I won't say I'm walking the dog with the piece, but I noticed that this seems a little bit too far this way. So I'm kind of pushing it and then with my thumb I'm moving it around the entire former. And now it's honestly too far over, so now it's perfect. Once I feel good about this, I'm going to try and do any way I can to get this former back out. It's okay if you need to take this. This is not that structural of a former. I'm literally just going to stab the side with this and then pull it out. Do the same thing with the other former here. I'm going to put glue all around that and slide this former in. So I'm going to kind of balance it for myself to the top. So we know it's going to work there. We're going to slide it back on. Watch your eyeballs with those push rods once again. Now, it's so important that you do this with a test fit first because it'll really make it easier when putting this former in there. Because if we didn't do that test fit, that would have been a whole lot to deal with as we try and work that former in there. As you can see here, I know I designed and built the plane. Everything's probably supposed to look nice, but from my perspective, this is the right way to do it. So that is all clean and fine and dandy to me. I'm just going to hold that there until it dries. Now that's done drying, the next thing we're going to do is actually cut these push rods. There's two ways to do this. You can either take scissors, or sometimes I just like to take my knife because ultimately there's a push rod inside here that we don't want to cut. Even though metal is not going to cut metal, don't worry about that. But for this, when we look at the back here, we obviously have the one that sticks out the side for the elevator, and the one that's going to be used for the rudder. One for the rudder, I like to cut first. We're going to cut it just about, not as close as we can, it doesn't need to be perfect, but just close to the former here. You kind of have to saw it. This might dull your blade a little bit, so just from cutting with that metal in there. I'm constantly spinning this, and honestly, I can get it off just by spinning it. And now for the elevator, I like to go just about to the seam line here. Now these are going to be the right distances for our tail section. Now the next thing I like to do is we're going to actually cut this space open. And I like to do this in a way where I know that I'm going to work on this part up here, and then we're going to ultimately cut the P-former in half down below. So now when we cut this top part, we want to do it where our knife is going to be flat the whole time like this, and vice versa on the other side. So the first thing we're going to do is cut the top part, make this 90 degrees to the surface. Just go right through on each side. Layer right there. And then for the parts here, watch my blade as I do this, as I'm always going to be rotating like this, not like this along the surface. It's going to be flat. This is going to give us a lot more stuff to glue onto with our tail section. So watch as I go through here, rotating the blade to be flat, as if I'm having to work around an actual elevator that's already on it. It's okay if you're not perfect here, but just favor a flatter blade than vertical. You might go into the former here, that's totally okay. I'm hitting some glue here. Watch your fingers, of course. Just keep sawing through that glue. Just kind of seeing where it lines up. Right about there. The same thing for the other side. Fortunately, this side's not going to be good for the camera, just because I'm right-handed. So I gotta go through the glue first. Should look something like that. Just kind of look around, see if it's all flat without poking your eyes. That looks pretty good. Sometimes if you're not careful with cutting 90 degrees here, you might notice that the pieces kind of wedge the soon-to-be vertical stabilizer in there. So if I'm not perfect, I like to kind of go a little bit of a bevel. So in other words, for an extreme example, I was cutting like this, where I now need to cut like this to kind of get away some of that material to make space for the vertical stabilizer. Here's a good example right there. You can see I gotta kind of cut a little bit more off, just to make it so it gives space for that vertical stabilizer. Next, the last thing we're going to do is cut the P-former. This is going to be tough because I'm right-handed here, but we're going to just simply go down until we reach the bottom of this former. Move on you. Yeah, I gotta move for this, but it's pretty simple. You just go right down the former, and don't go through the bottom of the molded piece. Just go to the bottom of the former. So now we've gone ahead and opened this up. We're going to install our number 16 molded piece later. The next thing we're going to do is actually put our tail section together and then put on our 16 molded piece. And then we're going to go ahead and fix up our tail and then move on to the rest of the build, as in the cockpit, and installing our wings and then our wing fairings, and that'll be it. So let's go ahead and get to the tail. Okay, so for our tail assembly, what we're going to need is, of course, our elevator and our rudder, or our horizontal stab and our vertical stabilizer. As long as we have this little extra piece that goes with the vertical stabilizer. We're going to set this off to the side, though. We don't need this right now. But I want to let you know that it goes with this piece. So now I'm going to choose any one of these, and I'm going to open up this gap, or the hinge line. I recommend using a ruler for this. And take it to an edge of a table or something with a 90-degree edge and crack it open. I'm going to go ahead and bevel this. And we're never going to bevel the side that is the surface that doesn't move. We're going to bevel the actual rudder itself. Just a nice standard 45-degree bevel. From here, what I like to do is I like to take that hot glue trick. We just put a tiny bit of hot glue in the hinge. And then use a squeegee and get all that out. Just makes the hinge last a lot longer in this plane. Keep it open. Take a piece of tape and hold it down. While that's drying, let's set this off to the side and we're going to work on our elevator. The same thing here, except we got two more spots to open up the hinge line. We of course have the actual hinge line itself. Once again, please use a ruler for this. And then also along right here, we're going to fold this over and over here. Crack each of these open, along with the back elevator. Once again, we're going to bevel, but we're going to bevel the elevator itself. When it comes to these tight corners, if you could do it by holding this, it makes it a little bit easier, but I'm going to do it without this to try and show you. You can put your finger here, and just be careful always with your fingers as well. You can never really start a bevel at the right angle you want here, so you kind of have to just level into it and then continue on from there and go back to it later once you're done with the whole bevel. Now on the end here, when you get to it, kind of just, I like to saw my way to it and then chop it off in the corner like that, and it comes out perfect every time. Now to finish this off, I'm just going to go, it's kind of more of a sawing action. Follow the bevel all the way to that spot and do the same thing on the other side here, where you just kind of cut the corner. Now because the elevator has counterbalances, there's one more bevel that we have to do here. That's going to be on these counterbalances, but it's not much at all. It is simply just a very, very slight bevel, just to prevent anything from hitting. I can feel the other side's going because we haven't done it yet. That side's all good. This side, literally just the shallowest bevel. Now there's nothing getting in the way. Next I'm going to go ahead and do a double bevel on each side here. So I'm going to start off just a nice 45-degree bevel on each of these hinge lines here. Same thing on the other side. Now from here, I'm going to go ahead and do that same trick once again. I'm going to put some glue in here. Just be careful of this hole here. This is a reference mark for when we go ahead and put this on our vertical stabilizer. So if you have too much glue there, it might kind of squeeze out. So when I put this glue on here, I'm going to put it away from the middle. It might be too much there. And away from that here as well. And then watch me squeegee here. Take the squeegee, and I'm going to go away from there. I'm going to hold this down with some tape just for a little bit. Now while that's drying, we're going to take off the paper on these fold over sections up top here and not on the main big section. The main reason we don't do that is because even though it doesn't seem like it, this paper kind of acts as a spar, and this spar in a sense up here, if we fold this over, is already disconnected from these being cut. So having this paper all connected on here is going to add a lot more strength than you think. So mainly the strength is going to come from the foam itself and being two thicknesses of foam thick, but it's just keeping the paper together just adds that little bit for the same amount of weight that we would have if we were to pull it off down here versus keeping it up here. Once that's all dry now, take this off, lay it flat. Now from here, what I like to do is take a piece of tape. In this case, I'll use a bigger piece just to cover more surface area. Put it over these corners here to prevent anything from slipping and ripping as we fold it over. One on each side. The other thing I have to watch out for is just to not put a little glue here. That's just where our control horn is going to end up, so just be mindful of that. Do a test piece, see them a little short. Then you can kind of just keep working at the piece to work it on over. Eventually it will reach that spot. So, also just use that reference center line to make sure that this is also in the right spot. Should be, as long as you're doing everything right, but if you add some glue, it'll also make it fit a little easier. But put some glue in here. And some glue on that front. And fold this over. Now it should fit perfectly. Careful if you have any big glue globs in the middle here. I'm just going to kind of clear those away. Once it's done drying, we do the same thing to the other side. Now that that's just drying, we can take the other rudder, or the rudder, open it up, and we're going to install our elevator into this. Before I do that, I like to actually take off the tape here, just to make sure that it's not sticking for too long. And it's easier to do this now when we have a better hold on the elevator than when it's on the plane. What I'm actually going to recommend right now too as well is we're going to take our barbecue skewer and first open up the gap here for the control horns in the future. So I think it's easier to do it now than once it's already on the plane once again. Honestly, let's bring our control horns over and test fit it just to make it a little easier on everyone. Once again, I'm checking to see that everything is over the hinge line. In this case it is. Honestly, I'll just keep it there for now. Same thing with the rudder. Make sure it's right over that hinge line. That is going to be a lot easier now than later. So now to install our elevator to our rudder, our vertical stabilizer, we're going to take the top part of this rudder back and slot the elevator into here. Then look at the tab and align everything up. And notch it into place. Bring the elevator back down and the top of the rudder over. Maybe a little bit of a gap like this, that's totally fine. We're going to kind of use some pressure and honestly just some tape to hold it together there. That's just simply from the foam being in there that wants to expand now. Take a piece of tape about yay big and put this over that spot where I'm going to use my fingers to kind of clamp it into place. So this is where having a right angle or right triangle is going to really help you. But we're going to basically glue this 90 degrees to each other so that way we know that when we put this in the airframe, it's all going to be, all of our angles are going to be correct. I'm going to start with the ugly side first, in other words the bottom. I have to have a good squeegee for this. So I'll put this along the bottom. Wait for it to cool a little bit. Just use my finger. And just keep holding these perpendicular to each other to make sure that this, when this dries, it'll be perpendicular and parallel, or whatever you want to call it. I guess in this case, perpendicular. Just 90 degrees to each other the whole time. While that's mostly done drying, I'm going to go ahead and do the other underside of this elevator. So I keep my triangle at the top. When we get to the top of this, it's going to be the same case. It's just one of these sides we're not going to be able to hold, but hopefully the 3 other sides we've already glued is going to be good enough to hold. But we're going to go ahead and do the same thing up here. Make sure you go only to the elevator, the actual surface that's moving here. And when you squeegee, make sure you go away from it, not towards it. See your head cool down a little bit. That way I make sure not to get any glue on the hinge here. And one last time over here. So now that our tail assembly is done, the next step is going to actually be to install the wings to make sure that when we install the tail, everything is all of our angles are correct, where our elevator is parallel with our wings, and everything just looks right from our perspective at the back of the plane, looking to the front. So, next step, we're gluing on our wings. So now that I brought the wing over and we have the fuselage separated, we're going to go ahead and do a test fit just to make sure everything all works well. It'll definitely be a tight fit, I'm going to promise you that. But what we're going to do is simply notch over the bottom lip, as you can see here. I'm sorry. We're going to notch over the bottom lip and put it underneath the wing. And then we're going to constantly look from the back here, whereas if you look, you can kind of watch. I'm trying to show off a different perspective here. Because if you look down there, you can kind of watch it and see if it's left or right, or the wings off or something. So just kind of watch for that as you're looking. Now before we go ahead any forward, once again I'll recommend using our push rod tape protectors. That way we just don't poke our eye. I'm kind of watching. I'm watching the center lines of everything here. I'm kind of slowly pushing that away from myself. I get to a point. I'm going to kind of put, in this case for me, I'm putting the wings on my legs, and I'm going to pull the fuselage up. Just waiting for this little back tail section of this molded piece of number 14 to go right behind the wing of the Hurricane. So this is what you want to see. You don't want to see it be off or anything. You can also look inside the slot here for the optional radiator if you chose to have that, to look for your alignment, but you shouldn't need it. And of course, the piece right here, we'll make sure that is aligned with the center as well. So now you might be able to notice from the side that there might be a gap here, or even on the other side there's also a gap. However, if you notice, we'll go ahead and glue this. I'm going to push down on this, and it's going to close that gap. Now everyone's airfoil is going to be slightly different, but this is going to be covered up by our wing fairing anyway in the long run. So I kind of figured the benefit of the doubt for having that space there. And honestly, that's going to be not even a structural point with glue anyway, because we're going to go back and forth, or back when this is all done, and put glue along the outside here to make this a really strong joint. So don't worry about getting glue in there if it's all empty and everything. So the look too is there's not really any way to glue this tilted or anything in this manner. It's pretty much as long as you make sure everything is aligned straight, everything should be parallel or perpendicular with each other and how it should be. So With that, I'm going to kind of kick the tail off. Slide the nose forward. Might be some rippage here. Oh. Might be some rippage here you might notice, but that's totally fine. These aren't structural, they're simply just for alignment. Now when we glue this, I want to put glue mainly along the back former here and these rails, along with the former here and here, same right here. And then once I get done with all that, I'm just going to quickly flip this over and put glue on the underside of this lip, just a little bit. So, we're not going to put glue on here because that could be messy if we mess up, or on the outside molded pieces here, because if we mess up, that's going to look bad. And even though the wing frame might catch it, if you're really off, it's going to be on the outside of your plane, and I would hate to have that happen to you. So we're just going to glue these with a squeegee once we're all said and done on the outside after we do this. So make sure you have a lot of glue, and that all your wires are properly placed out of the way and not going to be a problem here. I'm not going to put it on these tabs because there's no reason to. Everywhere I can. I want to move a little bit quicker because this is a pretty large glue joint. Once I get done with that, I'm just going to try and flip it over without getting glue on myself or the plane. And from there, I'm going to do what I practiced before. Slide this on. Not always watching the center. See, I was pretty off, and that off would have gotten the wing some glue on it. Perfect. Once I know it's on there and aligned properly, I'm going to go ahead and just put pressure on top of this wing. Not too much pressure to crinkle this molded piece, but just enough to ensure that everything's all connected there. Once it's all dry on there, next thing we're going to do is actually go ahead and take off the tape on these molded pieces here. And remember, this is a very important one to take off in a certain way, so that way we don't peel the paper off. We gotta remember that the paper is over that, so take it off like such. And this is probably the most important one. You gotta take it away from the back here, going towards the logo. Just like that. Now with those pieces of tape off, I'm going to go ahead and grab a scrap piece from an empty corner of this kit here. Just choose any one of them. I'm going to cut out and use specifically that corner for a squeegee. The reason for that is because these make perfect squeegees along the corner of this. So all I'm going to do here is just put glue along this whole top side of the wing to connect this wing. And the hotter the better while you have the squeegee. Same thing on the other side. Once we know that section is all dry, we're going to go ahead and put the plane facing straight away from us. And we're going to bring back over our tail. We're just going to test fit to see how this fits. We can take this little piece of tape off too. So let's test fit this in the slot here. That lines up pretty much perfectly. I'm just kind of seeing how everything lines up. The elevator should sit flat on the cutout that we made. I'm kind of watching here just to make sure. The nice thing is, even if that cut is a little off that we made in the molded piece, we can kind of adjust it. I'll try and show you what I mean here. Whereas if I don't have the tail on yet, you can see, imagine if the elevator was on here, we can kind of adjust this to how we need to make it match the wings and give it the best support possible in the same time. So, put this back in. Should see that this should be able to sit flat, like so. I can't tell from that angle myself, but if it's parallel with the wings or not. That's what you're going to look for when you're back there. See when it's a little off. Kind of just eyeball this, hold it in the right position until it's done drying. But that looks pretty good for me. So what I'm going to do here is actually what I'm going to do. I'll give you a little reference here. There's going to be a mark, and mine's with pencil right now, but there's going to be a mark on your kit from here, and we're going to put glue here forward, along with putting glue on the on this area, right on top here, and also as much as we can in this P-former gap as well. So I'll show you what I mean by that. I'm going to put it on the molded piece here. I like to do what's called the waterfall technique with this, where you kind of just let the glue fall down by putting it in one spot. That kind of does a lot of the work for you with gluing it. That way, while that's setting, you can put glue on up here. Just a little bit. It's more of like just to hold it in place. And just put a little bit of glue on the bottom of this vertical stabilizer. Just slot this in here. Watch out for all your control horns and stuff. Set this in. Also make sure that when you put this in, the rudder is not kicking left or right. Make sure it's also facing straight forward. That's going to be one thing to look for as well. But this one looks pretty good. Once that's dry, you'll notice from your perspective that everything is all parallel with each other and facing straight. And we are ready to install the next molded piece on the back of the tail. So this, we're going to flip it over. Just be careful with this. If you have a rag, something you want to put on the cockpit, that is recommended but not needed. So we're going to work on this as if you don't have that. So for this molded piece, you notice this is going to kind of slot in the back here. Might be a little short, but that's totally fine because we don't want to see this be in the way too much of the rudder. Kind of seeing how it test fits. That looks pretty good. We're actually going to cut this afterward because this push rod is not really going to affect the gluing of this piece. Let's go ahead and put glue along this here. And place this in a way where the middle molded piece and the center mark line up with the edge of that tail. Just be careful not to apply too much pressure as the whole plane is kind of resting on some relatively delicate pieces. So while I'm here and then while it's drying, I'm going to take off some of the tape back here. That's done drying. We're actually going to go ahead and flip it over, as it is easier to glue that way. Kind of have to work at this from a weird angle, I'll be honest, but kind of just let me get a better angle. The way we're going to work at this here is we're kind of going to fold this up onto itself. Not worrying about the back piece, just worrying about the front half. Put glue along that piece and then press this down on the back, and that's going to keep that piece against that piece in front of it like this. So don't worry if the push rod doesn't line up with that slot there. We're simply going to have to move that down because the control horn line's right in line with that. Now, watch from this perspective here so that way you can see how I glue this, because there's no good way to get the camera for it. I'm just kind of watching, feeding my glue gun up here and letting gravity do the work. Once again, I'm getting just as much glue as I can. Just like that. I'm going to hold this up. You can take a piece of tape, put it along here just to keep it on. And while that's drying, honestly, put a drop of glue at the top of this piece to keep it down. I'll squeegee that away. While we're here, we're going to take our knife and open up this gap. This one we're just going to go 90 degrees to the surface, not flat or anything like special like before. Now this push rod should have more space, and the control horn can have access to it. Now for the other side, we have to kind of worry about a push rod being up high. We have to kind of hold this out of the way, pretty extreme, as we bring this in. So just be mindful of that. I'll just try and show you here. This push rod we have to move out pretty far and up to be able to make space for it. But it's just like the other side. One last thing we're going to do in the tail here, I just realized, is we're going to need to have a little bit of a bevel on this elevator control slot. Just a tiny bit, to give it a little more space. But that's it. Now usually the next step on the tail would be to make sure that we can go ahead and install our control horns and bend our wires to make them all connected. However, to do that, at least for me, I have to center my servos, which most likely means for you as well, of course. So in this case, we're going to have to actually open up our hatch and make sure that it all works out there so we can get into our airframe, center our servos, and then proceed with the build. So the next step is going to be to open the hatch. So for our hatch, we're going to need some type of straight edge that's going to be reliable. In this case, a metal ruler will be perfect, along with our X-Acto knife or our blade. And the way we're going to do this, we'll show you how to do it on this side. This is going to take some practice, and don't think you have to cut through all the way on the first go. All we're going to do is connect the dots from here and here with our ruler. Once I know it's held down, I'm simply just going to, now when we do this, we're going to make sure the knife is perpendicular to the surface. So you can see here that this is going to be perpendicular, not like this or at this angle. It's going to be perpendicular to the face that we're cutting. So to do this, we'll line up once again. And I'm just going to lightly trace over this. I'm just scoring the paper, honestly. Following that ruler the whole time. I'm just going to keep scoring it. Once I get to a certain point, just keep letting the knife do the work for me. And just go deeper and deeper, but don't put barely any pressure on this. Now when you get to this point here, where my knife's at, you're going to notice that it's going to get stuck. That's simply because that's the wood on the inside of this piece. Just kind of let your knife run across it. You're not going to cut it. And get to the end. Keep trying to open it up here. Remember to do the same thing to the other side. Once that's done, we're going to take our time with this next step. As when we go to do this, it might not be fully cut through. We're slowly going to kind of work this back and forth, and I'm constantly putting pressure to make it want to pop off of those wooden pieces, but not too much to where I'm going to wrinkle this hatch. We can know the strength of how much we can push this once we have the hatch off, but for now we're just going to take our time, ease into it, constantly. There, this side is already lifted up, so this side I know is all good. And I'm just kind of watching the other side. And there we go. Then once we get to about this height, we can keep rotating it back up, and then pull out the front with the popsicle stick. And that is our hatch for the Hawker Hurricane. Now we're going to go ahead and strengthen this up before we put it back on there. As you can see here, I was even, by technically, that little mark right there is not directly in the center of that mark, and it still worked. That's because all this is designed to give you a little bit of leeway in case you messed up. So even if you're a little off, it should work for you, but just try to be exactly on the money with those dashed lines and connecting these dots, as all the work we did with placing these wooden hatch pieces on will make up for it in the long run because of that. So now while we're here, we're going to take some tape, and pressure. We're going to tape these two ends together to give this a nice better look. I'm just going to put glue right up in here. Fold this down and together. And tape it together. I kind of want it to bow out. That's where I'm going to hold this down. Get some more glue. Squeegee there. Same thing for the other side. Once the hatch itself is actually dry, I'm going to put this just down for a second. I'm going to kind of look here and just kind of see how this is all glued on the edges here. Looks like I could put a little bit more glue along these number 8 molded pieces and where they touch the J former. So I'm just going to put a dash of glue right up in here. Not in the cut exposed foam because then it might affect the hatch and the way it sits. This will just strengthen this because we couldn't get a lot of glue in here when we glued this down because we risked gluing our hatch shut. Once we have everything all glued and dried, we're going to go ahead and do our first test fit of actually putting our hatch back on. The nice thing is if you can get it off, you could for sure put it back on. It's just I'm giving you some tips and tricks to how to put it back on properly and ensure no crinkles along the side here. So from here, you first, of course, put the lip of the popsicle stick in, and then bring this down. Now I kind of like to choose one side of the airframe. In this case, I usually like to favor this side. So make sure that that one's all in there, all good. And on the other side, what I do is I kind of just work it down, kind of watch it as it goes past the wood, and then goes down and snaps in. And now this is not going anywhere. Now this is really dependent on, or the gap here is dependent on how well you actually glued the wooden pieces on. As you can see here, I can definitely still lift this up a little bit because no one's perfect, but the closer you can get those pieces together, the better. And unfortunately, there's just some weird geometry with the curvature of this piece that allows a larger gap here. but this is going to be totally fine, not affect flying, and look great from a distance. So even from here, I think it looks pretty great. So I'm going to take it off one more time because we've got to test it out. I kind of like to do the same thing. I tend to see which side is going to give more. Maybe different for your plane, maybe different for mine. I click this side, and then I pull the other side off. There we go. So I'm going to leave this off to the side because we're eventually going to make our tail section, or put our control surfaces together with our servos. So let's go ahead and attach our control horns to our tail surfaces. So to set up our tail section, we're going to need our servo centering tool with the battery to power it, along with our pliers and a little marker to mark where the center for the control horn hole is going to be. So first thing I'm going to do is power up my control horn, or my servo centering tool. I'm also just going to let this rest in the battery bay here. Might as well. And we're going to flip this over. Just be careful not to let your battery drop out. So now that these servos are centered, I can simply take a piece of tape, and I'm going to ensure that these surfaces are actually centered with each other. Now this is going to bend a little bit, but if I put some tape on the underside of this control surface here, I know that it will stay center. And just for security, I'm going to put one on the other side as well. The rudder is going to be a little different here. We can't do that because there's no counterbalance. But the other way to do this is if you take a ruler, and you were to put it on the underside of your surface and hold it flush. You know, I might do that here just as well, just to show you. And while I'm doing this, I'm going to bring this push rod over and mark where the center hole is of that control horn. Once again, I know it's hard to see on the camera, but I can see it from here, and I hope that if you mark your own mark with your push rod using a Sharpie, you can do that same thing. Get rid of the tape on the end here. I'm going to bend this accordingly to align with that hole. Sometimes these ones don't have to be 90 degrees. I kind of see that the push rod sticks out of the plane at a weird angle. As long as it's for the most part. See, that's just over 90, but for this plane that is perfect for aligning with this control horn. If it's really off, it might be a problem, but for this plane, it's all good. Just switch angles to bend this. I'll bend this up towards me. Perfect. Cut this off. Slide this back on, and we're going to put some glue underneath there. Put our control horn back in here. Now while this is drying, I'm just going to ensure, especially for the immediate parts while it's drying, is hold the ruler on the back side to make sure that it's all staying straight. Once it's done drying, we're going to go ahead and while we're here and take off the tape on the bottom seam of this piece. Number 15 molded piece. Now when we take these off, we're going to go right to the seam and then go to the other side. That way we don't have to risk peeling the paper off. Go ahead and do this for the whole piece. Now while we're upside down like this, we're going to take our knife and open up these cavities here. These are just perpendicular once again. So we're going to finally put that piece on the bottom of the vertical stabilizer on this. Sometimes the glue can get a little bit caught up in the front. We're going to take off the back here as well. This one can get a little bit stuck from the glue underneath. That's totally fine. You're just going to have to take either your knife, or in this case, I'm going to use a barbecue skewer to kind of feed out all this foam. Doesn't need to look pretty. It's going to all be hidden. Eventually, even if there's some big glue globs in here that prevent us from putting that piece in, when we put hot glue down, it's going to melt that down and make it look better in the end. I'm just going to take our piece that we're going to put in the back here. This is the underside vertical stabilizer. Squeeze these a little bit just in case. Little tabs. We're going to see a little test fit how this fits. That looks pretty perfect to me. Just gonna make sure it's all set. I'm just feeling a little bit of pressure from the glue in there, so I have to push down a little more. Once you put that glue in there, it's going to be all more than enough to melt it back down. So we go to glue this piece down. I'm going to go ahead and put glue in this gap here, just to get it melting. And I'll put a little tiny dash of glue along this whole piece, but not that much because it'll squeeze out. Just enough to give it some support. And then just a little bit on each sides of this tab. Not a whole lot though, just like that. Make sure it's all center when you drop this in. And squeegee that front part along with any other spot you see. And just apply some light pressure. I'm holding the elevator as I press this down because I do not want to be pressing our rudder into the table. Once that's done drying, I'm going to go ahead and flip this all back over. Watching our battery again. Now from here we're going to go ahead and do the same thing with the rudder, or set up our control horn. No, my servos are centered. And when we do this, we could have a piece of tape on the top, but that's not reliable enough for this case. So we'll make sure that we have a ruler on the back side. Make sure that it's all going to be holding this tight. I'm going to have to be left-handed for this, but I'm just getting for the camera shot. I'm going to hold the push rod over that hole and mark that spot. Now once again, I see this here on mine, but it's going to be hard to better to see it in person for you. I'm going to hold the wire at the right spot and bend it downward. Just like that. Make sure that one's about 90 degrees as you can. Then from here I'm going to bend it outward away from the plane. So you gotta get a better angle. And remove the control horn for this. It's kind of getting in the way. So I am grabbing the push rod. I'll bend it outward this way. With that made, I'm going to go ahead and trim it. Go ahead and put it on my control horn. Put some glue in here, and then I'm going to hold the ruler the whole time to make sure this is aligned properly. Just make sure to hold this the whole time while applying some light pressure to that control horn. Once that's done, I like to go ahead and take off the tape on the rest of the tail here, always going away from the seam or the open cut edge. That way not to peel off any paper. Same thing with our ailerons. Go ahead and do that as well. Also, you can get rid of your servo centering tool. And on the topic of tape, we're also going to flip our plane over and remove all the tape from the underside, just to make sure it's not sticking on there too long for you. Next thing I like to do before putting our hatch back again is going to be just simply to install our snap motor mount, along with just putting all of our wires away. So I'm going to bring over my receiver first and connect these wires. Now, you might have to do some trial and error. In this case, I'm trying to remember which one was which, but in this case I'm just going to test out one to know which one is the elevator and which one is the rudder. This is going to be different for you, honestly, but you can also mark these to know if you need to put them in the right slots or not. So this one, if I go ahead and move it, this is going to be the elevator. So So for me, I use Spectrum. Whatever might be different here depending on their service. The elevator is going to go into port 3. And from there I know that if it came from this gap up here, then this is going to be the rudder. It's going to slot 4 for me. Then we have the aileron, which is the Y harness, which you can see visually come from the wings beneath it, or in this gap here. This aileron is going to go into port 2. And from there, we'll go ahead and take our motor mount. And with this plane, I personally like to put the ESC wires on the bottom. So I'm going to kind of feed this in like this. Just going to snap in. I'm going to take a little bit of wiggle room. Fuselage might be kind of squished, but it'll fit. Watch your wires to not get snapped here. Just going to push on forward. Get it to the alignment screws. Oh, wire was in the way. And there we go. Our snap motor mount is now in place. Engine is installed. And eventually, what we're going to do is go ahead and put some Velcro along here to mount our battery. But I kind of leave it up to you as the builder how you want to place your battery in there. Sometimes people like to make a little strap for it. You could strap it in place or not. I simply just use Velcro. So I'll just use this battery here as a reference for how I like to put it in here. We're going to put that battery pretty far forward this plane. And then our wires are going to sit at the top here. Of course, I'm going to take my ESC signal wire, and attach this into the 1 slot for my Spectrum receiver. And once again, I'm going to put some Velcro on the back of this receiver here so I can put it along the sidewall along with any other electronics you might need. But for right now, this is going to sit here. Might look kind of messy in here, but that's fine because no one's going to see it from the outside. But the nice thing is you have a lot of access to move around anything you need in this plane. The nice thing too, even if you have some wires sticking over the top of this box here, it's still going to be able to go down. As long as there's nothing in the way in this area of the former that sits here, you're going to have a lot of space with this hatch. So then to test it out, put this down. I'll choose the one side that I know works. I think it was this side for me. And then bam. I guess at the same point too, along with the tape, I'm going to take these off. Now see our about fall up weight is almost there. The only thing left to do is put on our cockpit piece, along with installing our wing fairings and final setup of any optional pieces like the radiator on the bottom with 3D printed pieces. Well, first, let's go ahead and get to the cockpit. So for a hatch, we're going to need these pieces here. It's going to be the number 10, 11, 12, and 13 molded pieces, and along with our 2 formers that are going to go for our number 12 molded piece. And the first we're going to do is obviously prepare all of them. First, we're going to put the formers off to the side so we don't have to worry about them. And we're going to take the paper off the back side of each one of them. Now the first piece that we're going to bevel is going to be the front windshield. Now we're ultimately going to put a bevel on the front edge here, but honestly I think it's easier to do it when it's actually already done. And there's a certain trick that I'm going to show you later to get the exact right bevel for this windshield. But we're first going to start by doing it along the actual larger flat wall. This is kind of just going to be a nice 45-degree bevel all the way around. Watch your fingers, of course. So like I said, we're eventually going to bevel the bottom of this, but we're going to wait on that for now. And then for this piece, we're going to put a slight bevel along the back side. And then get a little bit more of a bevel as the curve gets going here. Once again, we're going to also bevel the bottom of these pieces here, but we're going to wait to bevel that once it's all together. For the big piece, we don't need to do anything to it. It's already done besides molding it. And along with the back piece, it's almost done, except we're going to put some rather heavier bevels on the bottom here on each side. Just over the width of foam board, along with the other side. Next we're go ahead and mold all of them except the first one, the 10 molded piece. So we're going to put that aside. And now I will say for these pieces, you'll notice that the walls get generally straight along the edge here. This is one of those times where we kind of want to put more of our attention, honestly, only in the middle here of all these pieces, because the windows are flat where my fingers are touching and then curved in the middle. So just keep that in mind. So you can see here pretty much just like that. In fact, I didn't even touch the edges. So do the same thing for the larger number 12 molded piece. So just kind of like this. For the last one. Here, just like that is about all we really need. Now we're going to take our number 12 molded piece, and we're going to bring these formers in. And now, there's no really right or wrong spot to put these, just kind of generally mark them. We're going to start with the 1 here, in the inverse of this curve, and put it right in the middle of this piece. We're ultimately going to bring these sides up to glue it together. As long as it's generally parallel, you're going to be good here. Make sure we do the same thing with the back side. And if you like, you could do this as well. I'm actually going to recommend it here. So now, to help out with this back one, just to make it easier on everyone here, we're going to draw the center line. And just mark this out. Now we just take this number 12 molded piece, or number 12 former for the molded piece, and put it. If we put it up here, of course it's going to become outside the pieces, or outside the molded piece. So we're going to put it back a little bit, like so. And now when we bring these pieces up, it's well behind that corner here. So I'm just going to put a dot of glue in each spot in the middle. And put these down along that center line. And just make sure that they're roughly perpendicular with that center mark. Once I know this is dry, I'm going to choose a side. We're going to kind of do that. We're going to do this one at a time, and we're going to hold it like such, and then press these formers down, and then glue that down. I don't want to do it twice at a time because I don't know if this is flat up here or not. Let's put glue along each side of one of these formers. And we're going to roll this down and let it dry. Same thing other side. Now with this all dry, we can see how much we have to actually bevel now. We have to bevel just to the top of these, or the bottom of these formers. So as you can see, I'm going to kind of start it, see where I think I got to go. Just right there. My knife might get in the way. I have to kind of work around it, but it's okay if you go into it. Just that angle is what you want to keep. And bring that over, and it should be the same over here. That is going to be the perfect bevel for this airframe. Now we're going to take the number 11 molded piece. We're going to put this on this front windshield. Now we're going to use a lot of tape for this next step just to keep everything all in place. Because look, this is a pretty easy cockpit, but always helps with having just that little bit of extra security with the tape to hold it on. Basically marking up that center line with the next center line. And now this should lay flat. So although we had a bevel there, I'm going to put some glue just in the top here like this. Really kind of make sure it gets in that area. I'm just going to keep this upside down for a second, pushing this piece as much as I can into the table without burning my fingers in the glue. And just let this rest until it's dried flat. And that'll be the correct line for the Hurricane. While that's done drying, I'm going to go ahead and take some more tape and get it ready. I'm going to put this along this edge here, so we can glue that down with ease. Same thing for the other side. And from here, we're just going to pick a side and then bring this down. I'm going to bring the tape back a little bit so I can see what I'm doing here. Just watch that paper, of course. I'll bring this down, I'm going to see that pretty much lines up perfectly. So, put some glue on the already glued down with the former number 12 molded piece all the way across, up as far as I can without stressing too much. Then bring this down. Next we're going to put that tape on it. Now sometimes the top likes to cave in a little bit here. I like to kind of hold that out after squeegeeing it all in. We're also going to get a weird curve in there. Same thing for the other side. Now once these are both done drying here, be mindful of this tape because I still like to leave it on there. I'm going to go ahead and finish off this bevel of the same angle to this piece now, the number 11 molded piece. Same thing over here. Watch your fingers. Just kind of like do a sawing motion. The last piece should be just as simple as placing it on top and gluing it in place. But I like to make sure that the top is all lined up as well, so I'm going to do the same thing where we put it up here, align it, and then put the tape over top to seal it in. Yep, and you can check underneath to make sure that's aligned. And actually, I'm going to put a little drop of glue on top and then bring these sides in. And that is going to be how we're going to glue that. Once again, I'm going to have some tape ready. What I'm going to do is, honestly, I like to see this. So I'm going to take one of these strips, cut it in half, and then have that ready just so I can see what's going on here and adjust it if need be. And same thing for the other side. Now luckily this is one of those pieces where you can kind of, honestly, if you really wanted to, you could hold it down and then put glue behind it to keep it in. But I'm going to show you how to do it in one go here, because it should be, with all this tape, it should be more than enough help. I'm just going to put glue all along this number 11 molded piece. Not too heavy, does not need to be that much. In fact, it might make it messy. I'm just going to go light bit around. I'm going to bring the top down. Choose a side first. In this case, line that up. Don't worry too much about glue coming out. We can get that off easier later. This side's going to be a little tricky. If you do have a lot of glue and you're really worried, like this here as example, I'm going to go ahead and hold this until it dries, and I'm going to show you a nice trick. Now don't put tape on this, just let it dry as is. You just have to hold it until this dries, and I promise you can get it all off in one swoop. Although this might look messy too, behind the scenes this is probably the best way to actually glue this piece, because you know that the glue is getting all the way to the paper, making it really strong. If anyone were to grab this plane or touch it in this area with their finger, you know it's going to last up and be strong, rather than just being two pieces of foam balancing together in space. So now while that's still drying, or while that's done drying, take the other side off for reference, along with this middle main piece. Take that off as well. So now, with this here, the way to get that off and really make it look clean, I'm just going to nick the bottom of it like this with my knife. I'm going to just simply pull on it up, like so. It might break like that, and then all you do is just start over again, a little bit of an indent, and then pull it off. And that is a really clean line now, and it's super strong at the same time. Just a little bits. Doesn't matter how small the glue glob is. And the same thing here, you can even see this area. Sometimes I like to just take my knife underneath it. Just keep going back and forth. And then lift it up, and then pull towards the seam, not away from it. This is going to help clean this up just the slightest bit, if you really want to get picky. So there's that. Now that this is all prepared, we can go ahead and bring over our fuselage and install the cockpit to the airframe. With our fuselage back over now, we can go ahead and install our cockpit. However, I will say there's one more thing we forgot to do, and that was simply finish off this last bevel underneath the main number 10 molded piece, the front windshield. I'm just going to complete that bevel all the way across. One thing I like to do, just for extra support, is we leave this tape on, but then put a ring of tape around the bottom of the cockpit to prevent it from splitting apart. Just like that, just to make sure when the glue hits it, it doesn't split. And then one more on the other side. With that done, we can go ahead and take our number 13 molded piece. I'm going to put this on the top of this here. I'm just going to line up that center mark. Just kind of see how it lays as it goes down. Now when we go ahead and glue this down, just to let you know, be aware that sometimes this might fall or rise up a little bit, but try to keep it as close, as tight as you can. That'll make it the correct way it's supposed to go on. So in other words, this will kind of bow out a little bit sometimes. Just keep it as flush as you can to the fuselage and it'll be all good. I'll go ahead and put some tape on this center mark here. Line that with here. I'll put tape on that now. It's going to let the paper go over top of the other piece. See, that's on both sides. I'll flip this up. I'm going to put glue on the former here and then on the molded piece here. Actually, well, hold on. Sorry, forgive me for that. Just for making sure we know where we're going. We're going to put this piece down. I'm going to take a pencil and trace along the outside here, just very lightly. Just so I can kind of see visually where I know that the glue is going. Because sometimes, I was going to say we could put this on a molded piece. If we bring this down and it slips, it might kind of squeeze the glue out. So we're going to put glue only on the parts of the plane that are already glued down. We'll put glue right here, along with the other side. Along the outside of this piece. Bring that down, just do what we did before with the muscle memory of how we put it on. Once again, just hold this until it dries. Now that's dry, we're going to go ahead and take our cockpit, do a little test fit. And when we put this on here, the back of the cockpit area is not going to sit flush with this back number 13 molded piece. The sides of this is going to go slightly below the 13 molded piece, and also it's going to be above the 13 molded piece up here. So just line up from looking at the back of the plane, the center mark. And honestly, sometimes it's going to even chamfer, because if you just let this rest here where it's going to sit, it's going to have kind of a open space here where we're going to go to glue this. So it's actually going to sit above the piece in the back. So look from above and look at that center mark, and also watch the center mark in the front hatch or front windshield to make sure that when we glue this, everything is all where it's supposed to be. As you can see here, the back number 12 molded piece is literally above this. There's just enough of a gap to see that it's center. Now when we glue this down, we have two options. We can either set this down to where it's going to be resting when we go ahead and glue it, and then trace the outside, and then put glue on that on this molded piece, and then put our cockpit on top of it. However, I don't like doing that because if you were to move spots or get in the wrong place, you're going to get glue on the outside of your cockpit. And the other alternative is to put glue along the inside of all the pieces here, and then place this down. Now, the risk with that is that if you place it in the wrong spot, you might have to move it again. However, as long as you don't slip, and I feel like as long as you look from above and watch the lining up process the whole time, and you're within generally the safe space of how you can move with the piece, it'll come out perfect for you. So I'm going to recommend the second option. Just gotta be careful. I'm only going to put glue along the former, the edges here, and along that front windshield as well, going all the way around. Just watch the back center mark and the front center mark. Set it down and make sure you have this connected here. You simply press and hold it until this is going to dry. Once it's all dried, I'm going to go ahead and start taking the tape off of all the pieces. Just always be mindful of the seam lines and where to pull away. Now our Hurricane should start looking like a Hurricane. The only thing left to do from here is going to be put on our wing fairings, attach any optional pieces like our 3D printed parts, and of course making sure that all of our throws are going the right way and setting up our transmitter to our plane. So with that, let's go to our wing fairings to get them glued on. So these are going to be the pieces here for your wing fairings, and they're going to be considered left and right depending on which way you're looking at this here. But in other words, the way that I took these out of the kit itself is the same way that it's laid out here. So I'm just going to keep them generally separated so that way it's more just with these two pieces, the triangular pieces, that they can be easy to mix up. But there's just some slight beveling changes that we have to do on each one and make them mirrored. So it just helps us kind of have them like this is left, this is right, so that we know which is which and which ones go with each other. So of course the first thing we're going to do is prepare them. So I'm going to set one off to the side, and we're going to prepare this piece by first taking off the paper on the back side of both of them. Now I like to start with the triangular piece. So now if you look at this piece head on, you'll notice that there's a flat straight side, and then both of these sides are curved, so I can't say the curved side, but there's one side that kind of favors inward. If I drew the center line of this airframe or this piece, it would be about here. So you can see there's the point goes off to the right in this case. So we're going to use that as a reference when we flip this over. The straight side is going to be a pretty shallow bevel. And some of this too is subject to change because of course your bevel is not going to be the same exact as mine. But I'm doing just under a 45-degree bevel for this. And then the side that is more right is going to be touching the fuselage and not the wing. So in this case, we're going to do a pretty deep bevel here, all the way across. With these wing fairings, you can go almost as deep as a bevel as you can. And if you can't do this deep of a bevel, you can simply just get a good bevel and then sand it down to the desired depth. Just always be mindful of your fingers here. So like that for the first part. And then for the, I guess you could say the less curve of the curve, the one that favors the left side, this is going to be an interesting bevel where we're actually going to kind of leave a lot of the paper down, or a lot of the foam down here. So we'll start off with a thin bevel at the top, and then keep going pretty deep, and eventually you get to the bottom and kind of do something like that. Now if you can't do this exactly, that's okay. It's just if you want the best results, that is going to be the way to at least start this wing fairing. So now I'll keep this for reference. This is the underside, so of course this is the top, what you can see. This is what you're not going to be able to see on the underside. And I will say we're going to go ahead and sand the other piece down a lot. But if you can't do these bevels, just feel free to sand it down in this general shape. This is subject to change too, depending on how this fits, but this is just the general concept of what we should sand and bevel for this piece. With that, I'm going to set that off to the side. We're going to focus on the main wing fairing. Now with this piece, is going to be pretty much just the deepest bevel we can get across the whole piece. Now we're going to sand this a lot, so don't worry too much about getting that low of a bevel. The only place we're not going to do the most extreme of a bevel, but still a deep one, is just right on this trailing edge of this small curved piece. And from there, we're just going to wrap this bevel all the way around the piece. Just get as thin as you can up here. Don't need to be exactly at the point. Now the more you bevel here, the less you have to sand later, but also if you don't want to do that, you can just do a lighter bevel, then sand more later. It's just that trade-off of what you want to do to make your piece come out right. One tip I have for these thinner pieces is kind of just holding your knife hand steady while you kind of push the piece through with your other hand. It gives you a lot more control. It makes your fingers are not going to be having out of nowhere have a knife flying towards them. Now when you get to the tight corners, the sawing action really helps. That's all. Can you continue on the other side? One slight tip I have here is because the foam's on the other side of this piece is already gone, I'm trying to kind of bevel at an angle where the foam is going to have a peak, almost like a little triangular mountain, in the middle of the width of this piece. So in other words, I'm watching this knife blade in the top part here. It's going to come out, for the most part, in the middle of the piece the whole time. And that'll just make the wing fairing symmetrical for the most part, at least for this really thin section. So when we get down here, it kind of gets all over the place, but just kind of get back into that deep bevel. So this is what it should look like when it's all said and done. Now the next step is going to be to sand this down. Not as much as we can, but a good bit. So I'm going to take a piece of tape, just so I don't ruin my cutting board. Put it on the edge of a table-ish. Maybe one or two just to kind of make sure I don't get it on the table. I'm going to take my sandpaper. Now the key with these wing fairings is that you always want to kind of go away from the middle. You never want to sand back towards the middle of the piece like this, because then that'll bunch this up and crinkle it. So you always want to go away from your hand or the middle of the piece. So I'm basically just bringing this down to where it's a little thinner in the middle. I'll just do it for you here and then show you what I mean when I'm done. Once again, I'm doing that circular motion, just kind of making sure I always go away and not back towards my hand that's resting the piece from moving. When you get to the back here, I like to kind of flip it over and just do the same thing. This is really where to kind of get away a lot of foam because the knife is only so long. So this is really where I'm going to spend most of my time sanding this down, getting it a lot thinner. Now that I'm done with this, you can see it's definitely pretty thin. But the easier and the more we sand it down we get this, the easier it's going to be to inverse curve. Honestly, I even do it with my fingers. And sometimes you don't even really even need to have to take this to a piece of tape and roll it on. As you can see, I'm just kind of giving it some rough shape with my finger on the piece of the tape. And this will honestly just curve by itself by how thin it is, which is what we want to see. Now this is ready to put on our airplane, but of course there's another side to do, so let's go ahead and do the other side first, and then we'll install them on our airframe. Now obviously I'm thinking, at least at the moment, just remember that when you look at the triangular wing fairing piece, just mirror what you see on the other piece you just beveled. And that'll give you a good reference. Even if you messed up, you'll know that you messed up in this area on the other one. So just mirror what you have already. Now that both of the wing fairing sides are prepared, we're going to bring over our airframe and glue them on. With the fuselage now brought over, we're going to have our wing fairings at the side here ready, and we're going to have some tape also ready to hold it in place. I'm going to show you how to do this one side, and then it's simply just a mirror for the other side. So, now to start off, I will say we could probably get away with just not even curving this piece to get that inverse mold that we want to see on the back part here. What I like to do is just simply take it to a table's edge. Now, this is specifically a curved table's edge. You can also use a PVC pipe, which is another great option. But I'm literally just going to reverse mold it. Just being very, very careful and very light. Now just be careful, if it's a really tight curved table edge, it's going to be a lot more prone to crinkling. So just be very light with the pressure and feel the foam, make sure it's not going to give out. But by how light that we have this paper on there, with the amount of foam that we have sanded away, should be relatively easy to curve. Now I only really reverse curved it like up to about the middle part of this fairing, because the rest of it is going to be impossible to reverse curve for when we actually go ahead and glue it. Now you'll notice that the leading edge, the trailing edge of the wing here, kind of stops at a certain point. This is the point we're going to want to glue this wing fairing on, right at that spot right there. And then it's kind of hard to see, but you'll notice that there's actually a mark on the underside number 14 molded piece here, showing you where this fairing should line up. It doesn't have to touch it, but it has to kind of point towards this, which is where that triangle should sit. And this is why when we put this piece on the bottom, it'll make this be aligned properly to make this piece work. So I'm going to go ahead and get some pieces of tape ready, just very tiny pieces. I'm going to take a piece, honestly, this big, cut this in half, and then in half again. Just going to put them on the wing fairing in places that I know can help hold it in place. And even another piece on this point of the wing fairing back here. So it'll come in handy later. So I want to kind of watch from my perspective and see if I can line it up with that trailing edge on that spot, but also point this triangle at that dot. That looks good for me right there. I'm kind of watching how the rest of this falls too to make sure it's in the right spot as well. That looks good there. Good there. Just seeing how this all fits. Now with this front one, I'm seeing some gappage here. Alright, that'll be held down with some tape. Just be careful with the paper peeling off. It just happened there for me. Now we flip this over. We're going to want to watch to make sure that this point of this piece wraps around here and falls on the center. At least the ideal spot would be the center of these two pieces meeting, right where my thumb just moved it to there. So go ahead and tape this in place, assuming that just by feel I can feel the rest of the fairings on. Some of these tubes will kind of stay up, or this part here is sticking up. When we actually go ahead and glue that, that'll stick down, so don't worry about that. Now from here, we are going to lightly trace with either a pencil or some light drawing device, and just kind of trace the outline of this wing fairing on our airframe here. This is going to give us a reference to glue. Now the key with wing fairings is honestly to use less glue and not more of it. So I'm just going to glue the back half down and then go and worry about the front half. So right at these two pieces of tape here, I'm going to leave those on, but I'm going to take the rest of this off. Suppose you can kind of leave them here to help out. You just don't want the glue gun to get in the way. So from here, I'm kind of just, I'm going to take away this piece of tape. I'm kind of just holding this up in the air, not too much to where I know this is going to crinkle, but this gives me a lot more space to take my glue gun and get glue on the surface to glue down this wing fairing. And I can also, from my perspective, also see the lines of where I should glue. Once again, gravity's going to be your friend here for the back part. I will say, don't try to go to the point of this back wing fairing. Go to around just to where my pinky's at, and we're going to tack down the rest of it later. Because this is just less glue in this place, or in this spot, you're going to have to move a little quicker just to make sure that everything else stays all hot for you when you go to glue it. Don't move too slowly, but then watch to where those pencil lines were. This is just going to fall into place. A little low there. Once you see it lined up, a little bit of glue come out there, but that's totally fine. Just kind of hold it down in all the spots. This way we know that by having the tape on here and remembering all those reference lines, we know that it's going to align perfectly with not only the front, but also just everywhere in general. It's going to sit how it should to be a finished result. Once that's done drying, I'm going to go ahead and make some space. Then I'm going to actually do the exact same process on the front half. Where we're going to trace around again. Might have to flip it over and constantly jockey back and forth. This one I kind of like to hold in the air as I glue. Luckily too with the wing fairings, you really only have to glue the bottom here. So when I glue this next part, you can see there, I'm going to just glue on this bottom portion, and the top should follow. So I'm going to see. Luckily wing fairings are not that structural at all, so we can do this with no worries. Just like that. Just going to flip back over, make sure it's all looking good. That looks perfect. While it's drying, I'm going to go ahead and keep it flipped over so we can show you the back part. This one, honestly, I don't want to say this piece can be a little bit optional, because you might not need it for your build, depending on how scale you want to get. I just think it kind of finishes the look of the plane so nice. As you can see here, I'm lining it up with the trailing edge and kind of seeing how it fits, and that fits pretty good for me. So what I'm looking at, I'm kind of going to use some tape to keep this together, because it's kind of hard to keep paper to paper together. When I glue this, I'm going to glue everything all, pushing pressure here to make sure this all lines up, and just simply wrap this around once I feel it in the right spot. Maybe not. Very light pressure here, just If it fights you, let it go. You could just hold this too, I suppose, but well, this is going to be one of those squeegee ones where you kind of let the glue squeegee out. So I'm going to just take a pencil and mark out where this is going to sit, roughly about right there. Take my pencil, just mark out rough outline. And you can do this in a couple ways, but I think the best way to do it is to kind of put glue on the bottom of that to make the molded piece want to stick to that, and then just put a light bead of glue along that line to keep it down. Glue along this trailing edge to keep it down, and light glue, extremely light, just to kind of connect those two pieces. I'm going to set this down. Again, don't worry about the glue smearing out here, because we're going to use that one technique to kind of keep it all connected, or to keep it all clean in the end. So I'm just kind of watching it. That looks pretty good to me. You can see here that I have a little bit of play with this top of the part. So what I like to do is just kind of take my glue gun and just make a little bit of a ball. Dab it at the top. Hold it down, and then take my finger or some squeegee and just disconnect it, or connect it to where it's going to glue against the side of that fuselage and not move. That way it's not too messy, but also makes it look clean in the end. And use that same trick for some little parts here. This is not necessary, honestly, but with this side done, let's go ahead and do the same exact thing to the other side. Once we have both sides accounted for, we can go ahead and take off the tape on all aspects of the plane. With all of our tape off now, the only thing left to do is going to be any optional pieces that we're going to add, as in the 3D printed optional radiator, which of course I'm going to add for this build, along with our spinner, which we can choose to do or not. And also just some little random things like the little antenna that sticks up out of the top, and even a little rear view mirror that the cockpit or the pilot would have in the real plane. So, and along with that also is going to be the setting up our transmitter for this plane and getting the right throw set, and then from there it's flying. So with that, let's get to our optional pieces and head from there. So before we go ahead and get started on our electronics and finalizing our airframe to go ahead and fly it, we're going to go ahead and start with our optional pieces here, which I say that because we have the radiator front and back pieces, along with the antenna and the little mirror pieces. Now these are separate here. I'm doing them before electronics, just so that way when you do everything all said and done, if you want to go ahead and add these, you can get your CG better. It'll be more accurate for you. That way, if you want to include these in your build, rather than if you don't have them on there, you want to add them later, it'll create less confusion if you want to add these. So, but that being said, I'm going to assume that you're going to do this if you're here. So we're going to need, obviously, our pieces, our epoxy and super glue, along with something to mix it and some place to store the epoxy. So one note, too, I will say is that all these pieces, while they are optional, you can add these easier after painting. So I will say if you want to make your paint look pretty and paint it up nice, I'm going to recommend actually, maybe at most, we're going to glue these radiator pieces together. But besides that, it's going to be easier to keep these off the airframe, to paint these separate and then attach them later. So just know that going forward if you want to paint your airframe with these pieces. With that, let's go ahead and glue our radiator piece onto our airframe. So now with the radiator piece, the first thing we're going to do is glue it together. Now, what I like to do is take some tape. And I'll go ahead and cut this either in half or just thinner pieces. It just makes it easier. What we're doing is we're just making it easier to glue on this front section so that way it stays aligned. So we're going to go ahead and put this on here. We're going to make sure it all lines up properly. From there, we're just going to tape the side down. Once I see all the lines line up in the back and everything looks good, take one more piece of tape too. If I don't like the fit, I'm just going to take off the tape and line it up with my eyes. Just do one last little fit check. That looks good. So now with these three pieces, I'm going to take off the two on the sides. And notice it still is going to move this way, but this will make it so we can just take this, plop it over, and for the most part it's already lined up with some minimal movement. But once you go from here and it'll have glue in it, you can hold this like this and then take the tape on the sides and glue it together. Go ahead and open up my glue. I'm just going to put glue all along this surface. Primarily on the bigger sections. Does not need to be a lot here. Just be careful of all the little glue that squeezes out from this. It'll set pretty quick. I notice that I'm having some stuff squeegeeing on the outside. I'm just going to take some extra tape and just wipe it away. Once I know it's all good, I'm going to take the tape on the sides. Once we know this is all set, we can put this in a spot off to the side. I like to do it in a way where I'm not going to glue it to my table. You can put some tape underneath it if you would like. But now once we know this is all dry, we have a couple options. We can go ahead and sand this all down, make it all super smooth, or we can just leave it as is and then glue it onto the airframe. Now I'm just going to go ahead and glue it, but I recommend if you want to make your plane just look perfect, you could go ahead and sand it at this point. So, also you could paint it if you want to make it look even nicer before gluing it onto the airframe. So, let's go ahead and grab our airframe and epoxy it to the bottom of the wing. Now that we've brought the airframe over, you're going to notice that if we take our radiator and slide it in, it should line up perfectly and be a nice snug fit. There might be some little bit of play front and back, but we'll fix that when we glue it down. But just make sure that everything sits well and looks all straight and level with the wings and this and that. But when we go ahead and glue this, just for reference, we're going to want to try and put the tiniest bit of glue on this side of the foam board, and just a little bit. Just enough, because when we glue this, put glue on here, we're going to put epoxy all along this face, along with these walls here. And these walls are just taller than the piece of foam board. In other words, a toothpick shows where the top of the foam board roughly meets when you put it in the wing. It's going to make it so it just has some epoxy that's going to sit on the inside of this wing that bonds to the epoxy that we place on here. Rather than when we push this down, all the epoxy is just going to squeeze off of this and go back onto this big face here. So it just makes it a little bit stronger in the end, so that way we know that when we put this on, it's going to have a good hold from the inside. Because although I believe it is strong enough as it is, I would hate to just see this rip off on a bad landing and rip off all the paper on your bottom of your wing. It's unfortunately a possibility, but I believe for the looks and with that little bit of epoxy help, it'll make it last even longer and make it way much stronger to prevent that from happening. Okay, we'll set the airframe off to the side for a sec. Always be careful when it's upside down like this, just to not ding the cockpit. I'll bring back over the what's it called? The epoxy. Go ahead and mix just a small amount. Once the epoxy is mixed, I'm just going to take this, just drizzle it all over this face. I'm going to try to stay away from the edges of the piece, or at least along the edge here, just to prevent anything from squeezing out. Even if it does, it's okay. It's just we don't need that much epoxy on there anyway. Also don't need it anywhere inside these two tabs in this region because they're just not going to be touching anything. Now once we know the radiator has enough epoxy on it, we'll bring this back over. You can see I'm just kind of lightly doing a very light bead, making sure it's not dripping. We don't need any. If it's dripping, you have way too much on there. The rotation of, in this case, the toothpick really helps this get on there. So once you know it's all good, go ahead and bring back over our radiator. We're going to make sure it's aligned up with the tabs. We're going to press down into place. I'm using my hand on the cockpit to support this in place. From there I'm just checking all the angles. You can see I have some epoxy squeezing out. We actually want to see a little bit. I'd rather see some than nothing, just because it means that the epoxy is getting all the way to that edge and really giving a nice strong bond across this whole piece. Now in theory you should be able to just let this be, but mine's sticking up a little bit in some places, which is totally fine and normal. So I'm going to go ahead and just hold this down until it's dry. So from there we can go ahead and move on to the antenna pieces. So for our antenna pieces, this is going to be everything we need here to install them. And it's simply going to be the wooden pieces themselves, along with our mirror pieces, I guess. Super glue to connect the mirror pieces together. Right now would be the best time if you want to sand them before we install them, just to make them have a really clean finish and not have any rough edges from the laser cut. So also we need a ruler or some type of measurement to measure out 70 millimeters to where our antenna should sit. Besides that, first thing we're going to do is set up gluing the mirror pieces. Now I like to do this step where I put a piece of blue tape down just so I don't make my cutting board dirty or get glue on the table, or even glue it to the table. So this piece right here, you can see there's going to be a right side and a wrong way, and it'll let you know if you're doing it the wrong way because they won't work and they won't fit. So the bottom bigger tab is going to go into the bottom of the mirror, just like so. It's going to sit just like this. So there's not necessarily a front and back side. Just be aware of that. Once I know it's all good, I'm just going to put glue right along the mirror piece itself, just a little bit in the middle section. There we go. That's probably even too much. That's probably too much. Now here, if you have tweezers, it might help you. Gluing this in. I definitely went through that with the glue, so I could tell you able to glue it to the table. Now, I personally think it dries so quick like this that you don't even need any activator, but if you wanted to do that, now's the time. Also, I'm not even going to reinforce it, so I think it's going to be strong enough as is. While this is drying, this is going to be the last thing we're going to glue, so I'm going to set this off to the side. Now we can go ahead and bring back our airframe and glue this on. First step for installing our antenna is to mark out the location for it. Now the nice thing about this top molded piece here is that we kind of have a reference line of where the center is based on the mock-up stringers that are from the real plane. So I'm just going to use that as a reference and go down the center line. And I'm going to go 70 millimeters back. Just make a little mark right there. All I'm going to do is take my knife along the back side of it. Just try to go vertically as you can. Just do a small indent behind the 70 millimeters. Not too long. In this case, for reference, just to help you out, it's just going to be at max 7 millimeters. This is where, if you have pliers, you can kind of open this up just a little bit. This kind of takes some finesse, but we're just making it easier for this antenna to slide in. So now from here, I'm looking from the side, just slowly easing it. Now for reference, I'll draw it on here just so you can see, but right when this starts to bow back inward, or go back inward, is when it should stop. That's how much it should be inside the airframe. As you can see, we're just about perfect there. And that's all you have to do for that one. Now once again too, I'm not going to glue this because we might think about painting it, but if you were to glue it down from here, all you would simply have to do is just tack some glue before you put this down, as in put glue right now, and then just take this and just slide it into place. We're going to do the same thing for the tail version. Now for this piece, it's a little sharper. This is going to go, I'm going to say, as close as possible to the vertical or the rudder as possible. I'm just going to take my knife, just go a little bit in front of it, about a foam board width in front. Just get it started. I'm just kind of watching, make sure I'm doing it straight here. Just like that. Right when that bows back out, or right when that piece starts to become straight, is where that should stop. Now from here, if you're going to glue this, all you have to do is just simply take this out and put drop the glue down, just like the front antenna. With that done, we can go ahead and move on to the cockpit windshield, or the mirror. Now, this one's probably the trickiest of all three of them. And this is going to sit along this back section here. All I'm going to do is kind of just take my knife and open up a small gap on each side along this back here. Remember, you can always cut more, but you can't add more after you cut it. Or, I'm sorry, you can't take away this cut, so you got to be mindful with this. I'm going to slot just a little bit. I'm kind of using this as a reference. This is probably the only one that you have to actually, with these back here you could cut a single line. With this one you might have to cut two lines to really open up the slot, make it easier for that wood piece to go in, or else it might crinkle on you. Here I'm just going to use my pliers. Just try and pull out any glue globs. That's really the problem with this, is you don't have some glue that causes some trouble for you. Once I see I have a big enough slot open, try and test fit it. I have a little resistance on the outside edges, so I'm going to open up the outside a little bit. One thing too is when we do go ahead and glue this, it's going to melt that glue that's already in there. But just like that is how it's going to sit. Now I will say, for one little thing, I'm going to actually go ahead and glue this, only because I know that a lot of the cockpit pieces and panels are the same color as the cockpit glass area. So we're going to glue this. Less is more with these pieces. They don't need to be that strong on there. That was honestly probably even too much. So you notice it's going to sit in there a lot better and go in a little smoother this time. I'm just going to go ahead and just do the antennas as well. Same thing with the back antenna. From here, the only things left to do is going to be finish up our electronics and program our transmitter. And finally, it's going to be installing our spinner, which I'll show you how to do that shortly. For our electronics, I brought over the snap motor mount with the motor and the ESC already attached. We'll go ahead and open up our hatch here. Set it to the side. And then for this snap motor mount, it's going to slide in from the hatch to the front of the nose here. So first thing I'm going to do though is connect my ESC wires to the receiver. So it's just the motor slot. Goes into port 1 for Spectrum for me. Just make sure you do that to your corresponding setup in the airframe. Now with this, I'm going to make sure these wires are sticking down low rather than up top. So wires on the bottom. That was the fun part. Nice tight fit. Wires can get in the way. Make sure they're up and out at the top. From there, just snap into place. Now from here we have a couple options. I have a battery, which we could put Velcro on the inside of the airframe and have that sit as far forward as possible. And with our ESC, which is going to sit right on top of it, right here. We can also put Velcro on the back of our receiver here and put this so it doesn't fly around. However, there's a little bit of a cheat code I like to do with the receiver, where rather than Velcroing it, just to save a little bit of weight, I put it on the inside gap here. Now you can of course Velcro this. There's no reason why you can't. Just in that slot down there, and the battery will sit like so, and it'll just prevent that from moving. Now there are some weird things with receivers, like having too many wires around it, so I totally understand if you want to move it, but it's just a little trick you could possibly do if you want. So then once I have everything all set up here, go ahead and just kind of place the battery in as is. We'll add some Velcro in a second, but I'm going to plug everything in and connect it to my transmitter, make sure everything is moving the right way before I install my propeller, to then go ahead and make sure that everything is pretty much ready to fly when we go to the field. So let's go ahead and grab our transmitter and program everything. I've now brought over my transmitter, so we're going to go ahead and turn on our transmitter first, of course. Now I already have this receiver bound, but depending on the system that you're using, in this case I'm using Spectrum, you're going to go ahead and start the bind process to your airframe, or to your receiver. But I've already gone ahead and done that, so I'm going to go ahead and plug in my ESC and my battery with my propeller off. From there I'm going to check and make sure that everything is all going the right way, which in this case, I'll be honest, I already have. Up is up, down is down, left is left, right is right. Make sure my ailerons are going the right way. And then from there, obviously, I have a throttle cut. So spinner and propeller are off, of course. Now from there, what we'll go ahead and do is move these wires to the side for a sec. And I'm going to take some Velcro and put it on the place where the battery should go, which I'll show you in just one second. So for this airframe, I'm going to put the Velcro right along this middle section here, just like so. So now we'll put the battery in, it'll have some place to latch onto. Now, assuming you have everything all connected and all your wires are tucked away, we are ready to go fly this. However, if you want to install your spinner, or even your propeller at this point, now is really the time to do that. So I'm going to show you how to install the spinner on your airframe. One thing I will say too is if you don't want to worry about that, or worry about the spinner, if you want to put your propeller on, don't try to bother doing it just from here. Do the little trick, which I've said before, but take out your snap motor mount just a little bit, so that way you have more of a motor sticking out. It'll give you more leverage to secure your prop on tightly. So we're also going to leave it like that in this case for the spinner. But now we'll go ahead and get our parts for our spinner. So once again, for our spinner, we're going to need the spinner base, the shell main spinner shape we have here, along with the 4 M2 by 6mm screws. Now these you might just have lying around from your extra servos. Typically with like a 9-gram size servo, you're going to have extra with these. That's simply what I'm using, but you might have to order these separately or not. But in the future, I do want to have a kit or a package deal for you, where you can just order this whole spinner combo. But that is what you need for your spinner here. And with the setup of your airframe, we're going to have the power pod or the snap motor mount stuck out a little bit, just like this, to make it easier. First what we're going to do is go ahead and slide on our spinner. I'll take off our prop nut first. Just slide our spinner on. And we'll grab our propeller. Guess I forgot to mention that too. Don't forget your propeller. Now there's a little slot for where your propeller should sit. It should be like this, not like this. So it's going to have you sit in that little groove, and that should make it all sit fine. Now from here, take my prop nut, tighten this down. Hand tightened at the moment, so I got to take some pliers or a wrench. Make sure propeller is once again sitting in that slot. And just tighten it as if you were getting it ready to fly, which it is. One thing I will say in this part of the build, I am aware that this propeller is not like all propellers. You might have a propeller that doesn't fit, or there's some changes that need to be made. Please let me know. I'm trying to make sure this can be used for any prop within that 10.45 range. Or anything close to it, but generally this 10.45 is what's recommended for it. So just please let me know in the comments or anywhere you want to message me. I'll try to make it work out for the future propellers, or try to fix it for you going forward. So now from here, same thing for the shell. It's going to sit on top of here and work just like that. Now you will see that it's kind of, it has a spot that it likes to sit. In other words, if you look right here, it's going to not line up perfectly on each side. That is by design, to help you make sure you don't glue it too far over like this or too far like that. A bigger thing to note is that these holes are going to be self-tapping. I'll be honest and say that I've tried it for most of these, just to make sure for some photos that it sits on there well. But what we need to do, here is I'm going to take the shell off by itself first. You need to be very careful with this because it's all self-tapping. You see this one here, no screw has been through it yet. I'm just going to roughly line it up. As you see here, once I have it started, I notice I'm going at a slight bit of an angle. So I'm constantly correcting this just to make sure that from all angles I'm going in there about as straight as I can. Just because we are trying to make this as perfectly straight as possible. The main thing here is to go slow, because if you go too fast you're going to split apart the layers and ultimately crack the spinner, which we do not want. Now I'm going to screw this in for one all the way through. We are going to unscrew that once we're done. Once you get to where the screw starts to straighten out, I'm going to unscrew it all the way again. I'm going to unscrew it just to where there's the tiniest bit when you feel your finger over top of it, that metal screw. Now we're going to go ahead and do this to all 4 screws, and we're going to leave it like this. It's going to make it a lot easier to go ahead and screw on our spinner in the end. So let's do that to the next 4 screws, or next 3 screws. Once we have all our screws in, you just want it to look something like this, where just the tips of those screws are hanging out. You can just feel them with your finger on the inside here. I'll actually go ahead and install these. We're going to line everything up. Might be a little tight depending on how much your screws are. I'm noticing here that I might need to take up or unscrew these just a little bit more, just to make it a little bit easier. That's good because we want like a tight tolerance with this spinner. It will be spinning very fast. We make sure it's all strong and doing what it's supposed to do. Now this screw kind of took over. This screw is already slotted in the spot. In other words, this hole here, in other words, these are already tapped. These ones are not. The edges of these screws are meant to fall in line with that hole there, and then keep this all in the right orientation. So now keep in mind that we never tapped the holes on the inside. That is by design though. So once I have everything set in stone, just slowly do one side and then do the other. Some of them will be stiffer than others, some of them will be easier. Now these aren't done yet, but I'm just slowly going around the holes to screw these in. I'm just going to repeat the process, going screw by screw. Now if you get to a point where it's so tight, don't keep going, only because you don't want to strip it. Once we have all our screws in place here, our spinner is now on and ready to fly. So we're going to slide this snap motor mount back into place. You notice that as long as we have our motor distance aligned correctly from the start of the build, this spinner should sit perfectly in line with that front molded piece and be the right distance for this airframe. So then we're going to take over and put my hatch back on. I would say we could put in a battery, but we're not at the flying field just yet. With our hatch back on, we go ahead and bring this back over. And we are ready to head to the flying field to the maiden flight of this airframe. Now, when it comes to the maiden flight of this airframe, that is not going to be found here in this video. I'm going to have a link here which you can watch or in the description. And you can head over there, and that is going to show you all the flight tips and tricks on how to fly this airframe and get the best performance out of it. So make sure that if you want to know and understand your airframe that you've just now completed, you want to head over there so you can get all the best info moving forward with this process. So now that you know where to find information on how to fly this 13th Squadron Hurricane, everything else is going to be found at 13thsquadron.com. And along with this, you can see here on the right side of this, or the left side of the screen, that this Hurricane here is in the process of being painted. So be on the lookout in the future, or whether it's already out, depending on when you watch this video, of how to paint your airframe, and follow my father's paint video in the description below, or anywhere linked here if we have it up. So please know that as well if you want to make your plane look nice, like anything you see on the walls behind me. So lastly, I just want to say 3 quick things. First thing is congrats on your new airframe. You can now have a great flying plane to fly around at the field. And second is, we can't thank you enough here at 13th Squadron for my father and I for choosing to build this airframe. This amount of support that we've seen from the BF-109 kit and now the Hurricane, at least up and coming, is just so much, and we're so appreciative, and we can't thank you guys enough for all the support you've given us. And third, please show your support by posting around this airframe and showing your builds. That's definitely my favorite part of this whole process, is just seeing out in the field people flying these airframes, and that's really, I guess, a combination with the second point. It means so much to see that, so we really do appreciate it here at 13th Squadron for my father and I. And I guess a fourth point that I didn't mention is just you can find any information and more at 13thsquadron.com. If you have any other questions, we have our email in there as well, so please head there as well for any further questions. Lastly, thanks for being a part of the 13th Squadron.